手，期天雨纷纷，也顺就当作。你甘伊愈夜流光，风雨不定，因夜理想，愿好成北国，思千顷残阳。
Okay. Hello. Hello. It's time for day 2. It is now time for day 2
Let's go, day 2.
Hopefully, day 2 goes a little bit faster, but we've been doing good pace. We've been making pretty good paces. So far, so far. Again, as always, I have a Zephyr, and I have Boop with me.
Will we get the Zuikaku special again today, except not from Zuikaku?
Is it really the Zuikaku special, though, if it's not from Zui?
I mean, it could be inspired.
Inspired by Zui. It's, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. But should be an interesting set today. Should be another interesting set. Again, we got another 8 today. As usual, we'll be doing a break halfway through. But just to give you guys an idea of what the standings are, here's the current standings. I think it should all be pretty visible. But yep, here's the current standings. Here's our current standings. So again, we have our top 3 of Snapshot, Fi, and Shizuka. Snapshot by Lazy Couch, Fi by Skami, Shizuka by Kiwi. So we'll see how this goes with the rest of it. Think anyone we'll see if anyone can change up the top 3 here. See if there can be I'm gonna end you, Zephyr, on God. I see what you're doing in there. I'm gonna end you, dude.
I mean, last stream, the top 3 changed 3 times, so there's that. I can see the top 3 changing.
That's true, that's true. We'll see how it goes today. Order we have today, again, it will be Flamey, Lasat, GG, Bullshot, Quacker, Spipley, Dead, and Puddin'. So again, another 8. We'll be taking a break after Bullshots, so... Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. Alright, so, y'all ready?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Alrighty. Here we go. There's our page 1.
Oh, it's another 5-star.
Oops.
And it's an instructor, let's go.
Boop slide, let's go. 5-star.
1 year combat experience? Okay, and they're an instructor.
Hey, maybe they're...
Kind of. It sounds like the cooking instructor that hasn't been to culinary school.
But what if they're just like a natural prodigy? What if they're just naturally really good at it?
This is true. It could be.
Yeah, you gotta
they're
think that
good.
extra step. You gotta think that extra step. And yeah, she is a Durin. That's a short... Wait, is that the shortest Durin in the game so far? 132.
I think it is.
Hold on. It's
How
like...
short is Durin?
Durin herself
Shortest
is...
Durin is
Oh, never mind. Durin
minimalist.
herself is 131.
Oh,
Let's
131.
go. Durin short.
How short is
Short.
Minimalist? Minimalist is 130.
Minimalist is 130? How?
Chestnut is
Damn.
132. Myrtle is 131. So, correction,
Yeah,
they are in fact the
Myrtle.
tallest Durin. It's also
Oh,
a low bar, but, you know, the low
yeah,
bar. But,
very literally.
Minimalist has the minimalist height, sadly.
that's true. Minimalist architecture, minimal design, minimal height. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, but yeah, so 5-star instructor, so comparison would be Whislash?
Wishlash, Bryophyta, and like one other.
Oh,
Swire.
true. Swire.
Swire exists. Isn't there another 5-star instructor? No.
Nope. You have Brio, you have Swire, you have
Um,
Whislash.
Okay, if we're talking level 80 with pots, attack, defense, HP are more or less just on point, yeah. Nothing out of the ordinary.
It's pretty bog standard then. Pretty standard. Alrighty. Oh, this gets interesting. What is with people coming up with... What is this the contest with wonky ranges? Is that the theme of
No,
this one?
This just looks sorry.
It is sorry S2. It is sorry S2. But for instructor guard though, that is an interesting range. So the spacing, damn it, the spacing was like that didn't look right. Let's see. So you have quite a number of effects. So enemies take more damage within range. Hold on, let me see. Oh, so it converts to Fizz or Arts just depending on what gets hit? Interesting. I'm trying to think if Arknights has ever done, like, worked with something like that.
Not really, unless you count Kyobe S3, where she just changes her damage type.
Or Midnight.
That's true.
Oh yeah, Midnight too.
I'm just looking at what would it mean by damage taken, or sorry, when it gets converted to the higher of physical or arts. So it's just like, all right, your attack is this. Will you do more damage with? I think
like something like Silver Ash having like 2,500 attack against a 2,000 defense enemy. But if that 2,000 defense enemy has 0 res, he would instead do 1,250 arts damage instead of 500 physical.
I think my only question was, I think it's a cool effect. I think my biggest question is, can AK do that? If anything,
calculate 2 damage numbers and take the higher one. I think they could.
I'm just trying to think if there's any kind of like precedence for doing that. Like, is it?
I don't think there is a precedent for it. I don't think it's a bad idea either.
No, I
think the numbers need to be tweaked a little bit. In terms of like the conversion.
This is so this is for all allies in range, right?
Yeah, all allies within range. So that's the range.
Well, it's not allies in range. It's enemies taking damage.
And also says an ally unit within a range of have the following effects applied. So, no, it's if your ally is in this range, the enemy can be outside of the range and they'll still be taking damage. They'll still be taking that bonus damage because they're in analysis range.
Right.
The fact that you can convert arts to physical and then double the attack is really...
That would be insane.
That's kind of nuts. Yeah.
It's so nuts. Because it's just like you toss an Ifrit, all of a sudden Ifrit's doing so much more damage.
She's doing like minus 200. Oh god. Yeah, that's true. You toss it like Chimera, like you calculate in I think my question is just how in this, like, when the damage goes out, you don't know how much damage you're doing until the enemy is in range and they get hit, right?
I mean, I suppose it depends on, like, because the way I feel like the game does it is that this person has a set attack, they're attacking something, and then that's when the calculation is done within that time frame, right?
Yeah, my assumption was the calculation would happen, basically it's the second the attack animation, whenever the attack tick goes through, that's when it's just like, boom, there's the calculation, right? So it'd just be like an instant, like, okay, now we swap to this. But then what happens when you have like multi-hit, right? Would it just like calculate a per hit for all of it? Like, it just seems like it'd be a pain, like, coding-wise for AK. If you have to calculate that.
Like it's doable, but I feel like it doesn't fit for Arknights specifically, at least at this point in time.
That's calculate that. I think that's more what I'm hung up on a little bit of just like, it doesn't feel AK, if that makes sense.
I don't mind the damage boost because the damage boost also stacks with fragile because it's not specifically fragile.
It's just damage increase.
Yeah, though plus 18% is way too much at mod 3 to be stacked with fragile since that's multiplicative, but that's an entirely different conversation.
That's an issue we'll deal with later.
But I think like just the straight up damage conversion between Fizz and Arts is too much. Now, if it was something like, oh, if this person is dealing Arts damage, they deal an extra bit of physical damage, and vice versa for if they instead deal physical damage, then I'd be okay with it. Because you have the precedent. For example, Kyobei. Kyobei actually doesn't do extra damage. She does a second hit whenever she attacks. That's her talent. Her talent isn't part of the same attack. It's considered a second hit. It's just that the damage doesn't change because of how math works with Arts damage.
So then it's just if we're looking at this, I guess, from like a overall damage. So maybe this would be a little better if it was just like we tack on extra Fizz or we tack on extra Arts, like a certain percentage of it, as opposed to this like full-on swap.
I think it makes it easier to use, but I will point out that as is, it literally has no downside. You can't ever end up doing worse.
Yeah.
Especially with how
Which
big the range is.
Which I think it's pretty cool. It's like adding that extra percentage is easier to like compute by hand, but then like effectively speaking, if you know, like we're using this in like a casual sense, you never have to worry that you're using it wrong, because you will always just use it right.
Yeah, there's.
Oh, I know how this. What also rubs me the wrong way. This feels like a skill. Like imagine if this was a skill instead, right?
True.
Like when you activate the skill, anyone who does physical damage now deals Arts, and anyone who does Arts now deals physical. Like that you can, because that's where the skill expression now comes in. But this just feels like, oh hey, it's a Linar free taunt type of thing, you know?
Oh god, Arts damage Linar. Oh god.
I mean, he already does a fuckload of damage, so it's not like it would change him in
But what
that
if
much.
it was more? I'm leaning towards that we ran a little bit into the talent could be a skill moment here. Now that I'm looking at this, because that's a pretty strong talent.
I will say this brings back marksman snipers into the game, because
that's
defense
true.
is so high, marksman snipers basically deal no damage anyway.
That's true. It doesn't always switch, but you are just straight up doing 18% more damage, just like no matter what. It's unconditional 18% damage up, which, I mean, to be fair, you know, units have like attack plus 10%, or you know, this unit gives whatever units plus whatever percentage attack, but plus percentage attack versus plus 18% damage taken. Like,
let me put it this way. Horn gives 20% attack to all defenders when she's on the field.
Yeah.
And Suzerain's Fragile is 20% without pots. This is a 5-star, and it's doing it at 18% at Mob 3. What, does Suzerain increase her own Fragile?
I will say it is a
Assume she
smaller
does.
range. I will say it is a smaller range, because it's Saria S2 range, and
But
not...
this isn't affecting enemies, it's affecting allies.
Yeah.
So you could say it's more versatile than a Suzerain Fragile.
Oh no, I was just more comparing this to Horn, because Horn is
Oh, okay.
map wide. This is
Fair
is
enough.
not map wide. So that's like the...
I mean, but Horn is also defenders only.
Yeah, this is unconditional everyone.
Yes.
And 18% damage up is probably straight up just better than 20% attack.
One of the things I'm like thinking about with this is this so good that I would always bring it? And I think it actually kind of is.
Same.
And whether or not that is a problem is like that's where the design philosophy kicks in, right?
Yeah, like is this
I
a
do
must
think-
pick?
If this existed, it would be like, sure, take this operator because you are going to never do worse, and 18% is pretty considerable. And it's nice to be able to give such a buff to like such a large range.
I think
So far it feels really strong.
I think if the damage bonus wasn't there, and then the physical and arts was like left as is, I think that would actually be fine. I think both of
I
it
would-
combined makes it a little bit too much.
I would do the other way around, where
Damage
the
boost.
Phys and Arts thing is removed, but the damage boost stays. I don't mind the damage boost staying.
Mm-hmm.
It just needs to be less. Like, maybe at Mod 3, 10% max type of thing.
So basically, we're in the agreement of like, one of these two things needs to get tweaked a little bit, but one of these two needs to get tweaked a little bit, but you know, like individually they're fine, but just when you sandwich it together, it's a little bit like, 18 does seem like a decent bit. I think just when it's combined, I think 18 is fine. Actually, I think 18 is fine if it's just alone. Like 18 alone in that range, I think it's fine. Because like Saria range,
I suppose that's fair.
because
I
Saria
mean,
range,
if this just didn't stack with other things, I think it'd be totally fine.
yeah,
It's like it also depends on what you're constrained by, right? Like if you're using this operator but you're constrained by how many ops you can use, then this won't be the thing that you take because there are other bigger effects already.
Mhm.
If you're constrained by like being able to take things, again, like leaning back towards IS, right? Like this is a 5-star. This is like a really cheap pickup for a very easy to use on-field permanent thing that is very strong. This is like definitely would be bringing this a lot.
I will say, I think this effect is stronger on IS because IS maps more often than not tend to be smaller, right? Like a little more compressed
I think that is, yeah, that's probably true.
compared to like standard maps, which like you can see there's a lot more range. So
Yeah, or like your setup is going to be fairly small area as well. It's like easy to fit this with existing strats, right?
yeah,
Oh, wait,
because
this is using Mod
This would
Y.
be-
Is
This will be really wild to code with a with IS though, considering that now you have to factor in every damage relic,
oh god, yeah.
and you also have exceptions like shields. I think this you know, like if something has an art shield, so Fizz and Arts both kind of do nothing, will the skill know that like shield damage is another consideration or something? That'd be interesting to code for sure.
Yeah, I was like that's kind of what loops back to the first part of like the integration aspect of like how feasible is this into Arknights as is, right? That's like one of my biggest questions of like how much will like the calculation finagle it, or will it end up like glitching, right?
Yeah, I will say though, like as a meta thing, that I like how it plays into the, you know, instructors enable other things, right? So at least in this regard so far, I'm enjoying that it's very much like aligned with that idea.
Conceptually, I like it. I do like it as an idea. I think it's a unique thing. It's creative, and I would like to use it. I think my biggest concerns right now is how well will it actually integrate into Arknights, and then also just how much does this like, is this a little too much for a talent?
Oh, I 100% believe it's too much for a town.
I will say the range, like Sari S2 does look like a pretty big range. I can also say from experience of using Sari, it's like, it seems like a big range until it kind of very much isn't with map design. Like, with newer map design, it's getting a little more hard to like cover wide, like really wide ranges with Saria. I can say that from experience, but
I will say, Saria S2 these days is not amazing.
so yeah. Alrighty. What do we got for our module? Attack plus 60, SPD plus 5, play on range tile. Okay, so it's the range tile one. And then, as we saw, it bumps it up to 18. Again, I think the 18 is fine. I just think either 18 or conversion, one of those two.
But yeah, not both.
I
feel like the conversion by itself is still too much.
I think the
because
conversion by
that's
itself is
just
fine.
so versatile.
I think the
and-
versatility is fine, actually. Like, you either have like yeah, it gives you optimal damage, but giving you optimal damage, I mean, I can see it might make marksman snipers kind of busted. That's actually probably the bigger concern.
I think it's just doesn't fit in the game as a concept as of right now.
Hmm.
I'm curious about one thing that what y'all think about this. Is it more concerning in the direction from converting physical into arts or arts into physical?
It depends on the situation because Exu S3 comes back into the game with this.
I would say maybe Biz to arts as of right now. Although we've been seeing more enemies that have low defense. I mean, Witch King, if I remember right, had like jack all for defense, and my Chongyue punched him out from halfway across the map, which was pretty funny.
Witch King was also an HP stat stick rather than defense and res.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, we still, more often than not, we see, like, the bosses with fairly high defenses, but, like, Witch King not having as much defense basically made it where Chongyue punched his ass out from halfway across the map in, like, 2 seconds.
Was that because of the cannon?
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
Oh, the cannon works weirdly. So basically what the cannon does is it stores the damage in one attack, right?
Yeah.
So that one bullet would have, like, 6,000 attack.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Chongyue was still punching out like a madman, though. So... But yeah, I just think overall, I think if the conversion was, again, just the conversion alone, I think I'd be a lot more okay with the talent. But I think just both of it combined, where it's like, yeah, you're getting the guaranteed damage buff on top of always being able to play optimally. It's like, it's a little much for me. It's a little too much for me. I think either of them individually, I would have been way more okay with. So, okay.
Oh, apparently it's 12% for ranged units and 18% for melee units.
Yep. So yeah, I was curious because I was thinking like, oh, most art sources are ranged anyway, so if they don't get anything, it's not super scary. And also ops like Exu aren't getting anything, but no, they're getting 12, which is smaller than 18, still something though.
Hold on.
It's ground allies are the ones who get the 18, right? And then ranged stuff is only getting the 12.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's... Could you also argue that ground still does... I mean, aren't some of our highest damage dealing units ground units, though? Ground tile units, like Surtur, Degen,
Surtur,
Winar.
not so much.
Well, less so
these days.
Surtur
She's
now.
Still insane.
Yeah. But like Degen,
Winar.
I mean, hell, Silver Ash still. Like, that's still... Again, I'm of the opinion that if you just bump both the AT, like, I just think, I think the talent just does a little too much. I think, like, again, something needs to be toned down a little bit of the talent. The talent just seems, like, excessive for a 5-star. Alright. Let's look at the skills here. That's an interesting skill, too. What do we got here?
Oh man, that's a lot of alliteration.
Yep. Which is why we're not reading all the skills out loud. We got a lot of marking enemies with this one, which I'm pretty cool with. I like that. Like, giving enemies higher taunt levels of like, okay, kill this one first.
Damage. We have burn damage. We have burn and corrosion damage. Okay.
Hold on. Have we had any... How would that work? Like, would they have two effects? I'm assuming it would just be side-by-side effects then? I'm trying to remember.
From what I understand is, it's on which procs first, right? So if a corrosion effect is being stacked up on an operator, but then like the last one is burn, they'll take the effect of burn elemental damage, but not corrosion.
So basically, like, corrosion could do all the work, but if burn sets it off, they'll take burn. If I'm understanding that correctly.
Yeah.
Okay.
One shared bar. Okay.
Okay. Burst effect of the talent 1 deal elemental damage. So we get elemental damage on top of a damage buff, on top of doing optimal damage?
Which is fine, I guess.
I will say this doesn't really do it's not really much of a damage buff on its own. Like, you're not buffing your own damage, you're just stacking elements onto it. So yeah, I think that's fine.
It is for 15 seconds only, so you need to time it. It's not something you can use willy-nilly.
Yeah, I think that's
so it
fine.
has a short cooldown, 20 seconds.
That's shorter than Toddy. It's shorter than Toddy, but there's no defense shred. So it basically
but you're doing elemental damage is the thing. And it's not like it's only one person dealing elemental damage. It's a bunch of... This feels like a skill for an elite enemy or a boss, where you're having 2 to 4 operators attack that one enemy.
I mean, it is a mark, so more often than not, you're killing... I mean, I doubt you're going to be marking, poor doggo that's running in just going, hey, what's up? As funny as that would be. 10% of attack, 15 if on a ground tile. You can stack elemental pretty high there. You can stack a lot of elemental there, considering the short cooldown. So you basically have 15 second. So you put him down. You put her down. 15-second downtime, and then you have. And then you proc. You get 15 seconds of uptime. Damage is coming through, and then. I mean, with that many ops hitting, you're gonna get a proc. Like,
I think that's fair to say. Yeah.
You're
guaranteed. Like, assuming you're not just popping it solo, you're gonna be getting a proc, which is fine. I'm just debating on if 20-second cooldown is a little bit short, considering Toddy's at 28, and that's a defense down. So I'm like, maybe a little more SP
is way too short. Yeah.
I feel
if it was offensive recovery, I'd be okay with it.
Offensive at 20 feels long. Feels like 15 offensive or 10 offensive. Maybe 15 offensive.
Yeah, but
somewhere
20
between 10
auto
to 15.
recovery is a bit short.
If
this was 30 seconds, I'd take it.
I'd say 25 to 30 is okay. 20 seems short. Not, like, absurdly short, but feels... Just considering what it does feel pretty short. Because you can basically keep someone at perma proc, if I remember the cooldown time for an elemental proc.
It's 15 seconds, I believe. 10
so yeah,
to 15, one of those two.
So you're basically guaranteed to be able to constant proc.
It does sort of feel like OBS too.
That's true, it does feel like a LS2, but LS2 is just arts damage, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
It is, yeah. It's just arts. The defense down from, like, the corrosion is pretty interesting. And then the built-in 10-second cooldown is also pretty interesting. I believe necrosis is, like, for example, 15 seconds.
I believe
that's 12,000.
so?
12,000 over 15 versus 6,000 over 10. It's actually lower.
Burn damage is a res shred, and then burn damage is a 10-second res shred, and then 1200 yeah, it's a res shred, and then they also take 7,000 elemental, so it's like you're guaranteed a proc basically, and then the SP time is long enough where it's guaranteed perma proc, assuming the enemy stays alive. So I'm just like, I feel
you
like
would
buffing it a
also
little
have
longer.
to time other skills for that, which is fine. That's not the issue here. I just think 20 seconds is too short.
I mean, honestly, if you have enough units hitting whatever the enemy is, you might just be able to guarantee permaproc anyway. Because there's no limit on however many units. So if you fit like a cloud card in that, you can get some funny moments. But that's a different case. I think I like the skill. I just think it's a little. I think it could use a little longer cooldown, just a little bit longer. What about our next one? Oh, that's interesting. So it's basically Chongyur range, but 2 more tiles in each direction. What do we have? So we have... Oh yeah, there's our thing. So if you're above, you get attack speed and defense. If you're in the front, you get defense and res. Okay, makes sense. If you're behind, you get... Or no, if you're at the bottom... if we're just looking at the straight up, quote-unquote bottom, below, you're at 30 and plus 30%, plus 12 res, and if you're behind, it's all offensive.
This is pretty wild.
This is pretty wild. I think it's pretty interesting though. So it's basically you're guaranteed lane coverage. This one I think is like honestly, this one I think is actually fine. Like it's just it's a team buff, like a line-based team buff. That being said, you're gonna have to find places to line up. But I mean, I don't think that's particularly hard to line up.
I feel like if you're taking skill 2,
Mm-hmm.
you have an idea on what you're doing with it to the point where you're not using skill 1, right? Because skill 1 has such a small range compared to skill 2 that skill 2 is just so much more versatile, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, skill 1, just as long as the enemy is within one tile of your attack range +1, you can get the taunt, you can get the mark. So I think honestly, I'm just looking at S2. I'm like, I think S2 is fine. It's a 20-second buff on a 35-second cooldown. Like it's a pretty significant buff, but with the way it's set up, and especially with how Arknights lanes work sometimes too, like I don't think it's as easy to set up where like you get the super buff, right, for everyone. So I'm trying to think of like how many Arknights lanes are there really where you're able to get that perfect like T-shaped lineup, right?
I mean, but the thing is with the mod, I mean, you don't even need an operator in all 4 tiles or 4 lanes, right? Because you only really need like the 1 or 2 lanes that you're looking for. Like if
That's
you're
also
taking
true.
skill, because the thing is with this operator, I feel like whichever skill you're taking, you already have an idea on how you're going to use the operator, right? So if you're taking skill 2, it's just like, okay, this operator is going to go behind, while this operator is going to go in front so that they can get the tank stats, right? And it's just like, oh, I'm going to take skill 1 instead if I need the extra damage.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined to say that I still think it's okay though. Because again, yeah, you're doing whatever you need to, but I think it's fine. I think it works out. Like it's not a ridiculous buff. It's enough where you're like, oh yeah, your tanky unit feels tankier, right? And it's on a long skill. Like I think S2 is better balanced than S1 is. In terms of like pros and cons. I think
Although, I will say, plus 12 res is like for the attack plus 30% res plus 12, that's kind of whatever. Like the plus, like I feel like that bottom one is the least impactful out of the 4.
But yeah, I think as a whole for me right now, I think S2 is the most balanced part of the skills. I think S1 is fine if the SP was a little higher, and I think the talent just does a bit too much overall. But we do need to keep moving on to lore, because time interests are a thing. Alright, who wants to take lore? Who wants to take voice lines?
I can read the lore.
I can do
Alright.
voice lines.
Alrighty. Go forth.
Analysis, an elusive catastrophe messenger of unusual repute within the Sargon region, has come into contact with Rhodes Island following the Great Aquaqualan Catascramble incident. At the recommendation of Lord Emir Inam, she now works with Rhodes Island as an operator. Currently, due to complications with integrating her into Rhodes Island's training program, she acts as a tactical consultant for operations related to assaulting, breaching, or defending heavily fortified areas. To call her catastrophe messenger is a bit generous. She learned the trade informally through an understaffed liaison of Sun Valley Industries that was in need of someone to operate and parse the data gathering equipment. For our context, she has been operating the equipment for no more than 5 days before going AWOL, leading to the Great Aquaqualan Catascramble incident. Before that, she was plying her services within the Sargon region as an Originium dowser, using her personal drone and staff to utilize her personal divining arts, which she defines as perceiving the shortest path. Operator Analysis is no genius. She is someone possessed of a notable innate talent for tactical acumen, which, combined with her natural intellect, has made her a menace with Myrtle and Rhodes Island's junior wargaming group. This led to the creation of an intermediate wargaming group where she faces stiffer competition against fellow peers like Amiya, Estina, and Zola. When it comes to giving orders or solving problems arising from an individual perspective, Analysis falls short. She's neurotic, exacting, and exceptionally poor at communicating her ideas. She is prone to correcting people mid-sentence with strict definitions. These are all issues that Analysis is working to overcome, and Rhodes Island will cooperate with her desire to save lives and ensure a safe, habitable space for all. Her room is full of pinned charts and diagrams and topographic maps of various places all across Terra. There's something she hasn't told us about yet. What could have brought her out of her home underground that she felt the need to scour all of Terra for information? Is there a secret underground that even she wishes to deny?
This is good. I like. This is gonna be good. This is good skill integration. I approve. All right, go Boop. Do Boop things.
Knowledge is power, but where I come from, the people of my city were swayed by displays of confidence. Democracy sounds like a nice idea, but if the people aren't paying attention at all to an issue, it's as good as dead. I couldn't stand being wrong, or anyone being wrong, for that matter. So I used to pull all-nighters to beat down my opposition at every possible angle to make sure people would listen to my ideas. I've been thinking about what happened at Akuhala. It seemed so easy back then, but even if I knew everything, it wouldn't have helped at all, with how I was back then. If I want to save more lives, I also have to be considerate of them. Huh? You don't know what I did? Weren't you there? It was on your anniversary. I know I could have been a good caster operator. Knives, drones, the staff, yeah, I could have, but I didn't want to. I want to help people. I want to show people a new path for themselves. I'm still not very good at it right now. There's a lot I'm not very good at, really. With Rhodes Island's help, I've been able to find out new things that I wouldn't have caught on to as quickly by myself. And one day, I want to be able to help more than just the people around me too. One day, it's gonna happen. I won't let you down, Doctor. I swear on it. I'm gonna give every operation my 100%, and not a single cent less. Say, I'll get an update to this badge too, right? It's kind of clunky. Oh, how about this fish hook and line from my city? Can you print that onto my badge? Doctor, what are you doing sitting here? Don't you have projects to attend to? There's always something new within the next 6 months. Come on, get back on the grind.
Something new within the next 6 months. I'm here just like, oh yeah, good old Ark. It's like EN looking at CN stuff, but I'm not gonna mention any CN stuff because no CN spoilers as always. But just like CN stuff. What's going on 6 months from now? All right, we got we good on points? Are we good to go to points? Double checking. Alrighty. Alright. Who wants to take the first one for today?
I can go first.
Go for it.
All right, so I think that the kit is definitely very creative. I mean, this is something that doesn't, exist before, changing the damage type of other things in order to make them stronger. I think that the balance is okay. I think that talent might be a little strong. And then the skills, I actually think are like fairly balanced. They could be stronger, but also they're, I think, pretty within 5-star range. Maybe the skill one a little bit strong, but I think that the idea of the operator is like pretty cohesive. So overall, I went with a 3.6 for the technical. In terms of flavor, I think that the lore fitting into what the operator does is really good. And I also think that there were some great tie-ins to existing lore, like especially Sargon. Definitely recognize Sun Valley Industries. And I like that it's a very strong character focus. I really enjoyed hearing that. So I actually went with a 4.1 for the flavor side.
Nice. So it's at a 7.7. Assuming I did math correctly. Alright. Who's gonna take the next part?
I can do the next one.
Alright.
Let's see. For the technical side of things, I'll probably just give it a 3. I think because I think balance was a little bit on the weaker side. It's not that it's overtuned. It's not that it's undertuned. I just don't think it's in the right spot, especially the talent. Skill 2 is fine though. I do like the creativity. I do like the cohesiveness of it, but I just don't think the balance is all there. I do think the lore is and the flavor are the strongest part, and I'll probably give flavor overall 4.3. I like how on the nose the voice lines are. Very, very funny. I had a chuckle.
I'm gonna start with lore because I think the lore is the stronger part between lore and technical. So I like how much I like how the whole concept. I was wondering. I was like, when it's like what makes her an instructor, right? What makes her an instructor? What makes her do the boss, right? And then it's like, oh, she's like, she does wargaming, she does planning. So I'm like, oh, okay, I can now like even I'm a little like. I'm still a little bit like I'm not sure how well the talent would fit into Arknights. I'm like, oh, okay, like this makes sense now. You're basically you're optimizing, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's what like that. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, right? So I really like what you do with the lore and the personality that comes through the voice lines. So I'll give like honestly, I think I was like, this is pretty good. I'll give like a 4 point. I also give like a 4.3 for the lore. It's like I think you did a great job with the lore. I think balance. I think for the talent, like I think you're almost there for the talent. It's like, I think just a little bit of tweaks here and there, and I think it'll be fine. I just think combined, it's a little much, personal opinion. It's a little much with the talent, like with both parts of the talent combined. That makes it a little bit like, And then skills, I think, same thing with the skills, like you're almost there. I think 2 is, I think you did a good job with 2. Like 2, I'm looking at, I'm like, yeah, this feels fine. Like this is cool. Like, you either get more defense, like, it's okay. How can you set up to optimize, right? S1, I think if the SP was a little bit higher, like the total SP was a little bit higher, I think that'd be a great skill. I think just 20 is a little bit too low, considering what it can do. So I'm gonna give balance. Honestly, I think I'll give balance like a 3 point, or sorry, not well balance. And then on the creativity side, I think this is really creative. It's something that we definitely don't have, and like you definitely like use the creative juices, right? You made the creative juices flow. You definitely tried to make your own thing, and this is something that we definitely don't have in AK, right? Like the whole this operator is like the whole concept is optimizing, right? So I think it's cohesive in that too. So I think balance would be a little bit low. Is like you hit. I think you still hit parameters on balance, but not by. But like the tweaks, I think don't push it too high. I think you get most of it for being able to integrate and be cohesive. So I'm still giving it like a 3 point. I feel like 3.5 balance. I think you did great. I think I like it. I like the concept. I think my biggest question is just how well would this implement into Arknights? It'd be doable, but like I would just feel bad for the poor coders. I think if they're trying to like make this work. I think that's the only thing. So it's a 22.8 total. That's a tie. Damn it. Oh, that's a 3rd place tie right now. We'll see if that stays. We'll see if that tie stays. If that comes down, then it'll be a tiebreaker, which should be interesting. Let me do some scoocheroonies. Thankfully,
no. We have a tie for 3rd place. Oh no!
Thankfully, I have a contingency for this. It's called change the 4 to a 3. Aha! I have a plan.
Quick flip a coin.
We'll see how the rest of it goes. We'll see how the rest of it goes first. All right. Next is Lasat.
You know, the placements change after this. You're gonna have to change 2 numbers to 4s and then 2 numbers to 5s.
Look, that's future
right,
me's problem.
All right, Alright, Zephyr, we have to conspire. We have to
Please
make
don't.
it so that instead of 16, there's
Please
8.
don't. Please no.
You're gonna have to give your rating first.
Please no. Please don't.
Alright, I'm excited to see what's next.
It's bottom. Primal Caster. I was figuring someone would be making a Primal Caster at some point. I was figuring that would happen. Figuring someone would make an instructor. What the hell is that bug on my wall?
That's a tall operator.
That is a very tall operator. Like, very tall operator. 196. Okay, now I'm curious. Does the height come in and affect the skills in any way? Now I'm curious, right?
Probably not. I don't think anyone's height affects their skills.
Be pretty funny though. As we don't have a 6-star Primal Caster, we're gonna have to make do and see what the hell we can come up with here. Because we have, what, Warmy and Diamante, question mark?
Well,
as our...
As long as all of 3 of their skills can work without the help of, like, a ritualist or someone else, they're probably okay.
You right. I want to say this should be fine with, like, with what I'm seeing for Warmy and Diamante. Like, the scaling, I think, is in line. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
It's fine.
Talon's Pots. So, by the way, magic damage was provided here, so we're good. We're good. Before we have any questions of what the heck is magic damage, that is provided. That is provided. What the hell happened to the rest of the notes now that I think about it? Hold on.
It says heavily reduced. I'm assuming that means, what, 80%?
There. I don't know why the notes didn't make it in. I don't know what I was doing when the notes didn't make it in, but yes, we do have notes. One moment. Shit, this. Whoop. we do have description. It's just, for whatever reason, the notes did not make it in, so I'm just editing it in live. Yeah, it's a long series of notes. It's what's there is there. But this was provided. So I'm assuming heavily I'm not sure what heavily reduce. Like, what's your, because your definition of heavily reduce and my definition of heavily reduce are probably two different things. So that's like my biggest question, right? Oh, so like a cast, like a healer and cast? Interesting. Okay. Okay. I'm
like
just
talent 1.
Yeah.
I think talent 1 is neat.
That seems fine because it's only on trigger, and then 2 is just extra kaboom when triggered.
I'm assuming it's based off Barong's attack.
That is my assumption too. I think my only question would just be like, I know Arknights will say like heavily this, but it's like I would like the base number of what exactly heavily reduce is. Because again, people have different definitions in, like, at least internally, of heavily reduce, right? So it's like, is heavily reduced to you like 50 and above, or are we talking like 80, like 70, like what's the number here, right? What's the number here? I really would prefer number for that instead of just heavily. But yeah. We good to keep going?
Yeah.
Cool. We do have 3 modules here. So I've split this up into 1 page for each module, because otherwise the module is gonna go quite So mod X. So it's a bigger heal. Yeah, it looks like it's a bigger heal. Status res is staying the same, so it's basically a bigger heal. And to answer your question, Skami, as far as I can tell, this has 15 seconds. No decay was written in, so we're going to take it as it's full 15 seconds, just flat, whatever it is.
Yeah,
because it wasn't written in. If it was said decay, then I'd be like, okay.
I'm definitely operating under the like assumption that's just like 80%. I don't know why. Like heavily, I'm just assuming like the sluggish effect.
Yeah, I'm just gonna assume heavily. Like, are we just in agreement that heavily is gonna be 80 for us here?
Yeah. Because the thing is, what do you call it? Attack speed is really weird because plus 100 attack speed means you attack twice as fast, but minus 50 attack speed means you attack basically twice as slowly. Like a marksman does attacks once per second. If they have minus 50 attack speed, it's once every 2 seconds. Right? So like, even if the heavily for attack speed was minus 50 attack speed, that's really strong. It's that's really strong.
Do we just want to say 80? Do we just want to say like for our intents and purposes, it's gonna be 80-50?
Yeah.
In terms of like, all right. Because again, we don't have an actual number, so we're gonna have to just like kind of agree on what are we gonna consider as heavily, right?
Yeah, I guess otherwise it would be a little bit broken. Although we have precedent for like Ina stealing 70 attack speed. Or I want to say that Lee does 44.
Yeah, it's up to 44 if it's only one enemy in the in range, if I remember that right.
Inez doesn't steal attack speed though. She steals
I thought she did.
Oh, she does. Oh, she does.
Yeah, I was like, wait, she does.
Speed. Yeah,
Oh,
that
it's
one
sports.
pretty unambiguous.
Because the thing is, she can attack multiple targets, right? It's not from one target only, right? Though I will say, hold on, let me check the wording on cold, because Quacker brought up a nice point.
Yeah, Lee could get up to 40.
Okay. Cold just says
Roll
reduces
pot.
ASPD by 30. It doesn't have anything ambiguous. I think dealing 10% of attack as elemental damage is fine, I guess. Only if this module is real in the future. If Wormy and Diamant don't have it, I'm canceling my Arknights pre-order.
Just big Sag refund.
Yeah.
Well,
it's like they get like an SP module instead of just like, no. Not like this.
What if the module literally says you no longer need a ritualist to make this character good? So,
alright, what's
what do we got here? This is gonna be enemies under burst. They take 30%, an additional 30% attack as elemental damage, but that's only when they're under burst. And then if they trigger that, they receive they still receive that 300. That stays the same. Additionally, the enemy with the highest HP in range will take 30% elemental damage. Okay.
I'm
okay
again
with that.
assuming that means based off
attack. Yeah, I'm assuming that's based off Baron's attack. Quacker, I'm gonna say right now that like Lasat does not get to like whatever Lasat says will not apply to this submission because it was not written. So there's no clarification allowed for this one because you put heavily. It's up to judge interpretation at that point. I'm looking at it in notes right now. It just says heavily. Like, I have the notes right now in front of me. I'm just seeing heavily. Nope. I just see heavily. Like, I'm looking back and seeing if there's any edits in the notes that you sent over, but it's like, I don't Yeah, no, I don't see anything for talent changes. I'm like 99% sure I put the other changes in, but I don't see anything for heavily. So yeah, it's like we're just gonna have to default to like 80 movement speed and say like 50 attack speed as like quote unquote heavily. So again, just put the numbers in next time instead of saying heavily. Like, I know Arknights says we'll use heavily, strongly, or just put the number in. It'll just make it easier for everyone involved. So yeah, just do that. Trust, it just makes it easier for us. I know it's not officially, but we're not official anyway. It is important to know for balance considerations, but again, it's not written, so we're just, and because there's no precedence for heavily, like, we're just putting up to what our kind of agreed upon interpretation for it. Because again, I have made this clear of what needs to be done. Like, I'll accommodate, but yeah. Again, we're operating off of 80% slow and minus 50 ASPD down for the Magus effect. That's what we've agreed on. So, how are we looking for the skills? Pretty standard. That's what's pretty standard, but it's like, yeah, you just proc it. You just proc more, or you have more proc, more attack speed, more proc.
Yeah, and it's not, and the 30% is, it's what, 700? This operator is what, 700 attack, give or take? Yeah, about 700, right? So 30%.
Upwards of 777 or 787 at mod Y. So
Okay, I'll round down then and just say 750
Wait.
for my calculations.
I'm stupid. I realized I skipped the Delta mod. Hold on. Back to the Delta mod.
You-
Oh, I realized I'm stupid. I was like, wait a minute, I skipped the page here. Delta mod. Oh, continuously restores 6% of self attack. Trait upgrade. 6% of. So what will that be? 777? Yeah, 777 for this one. So 46 heal per second. That's
so
46?
That's really good.
46 heals per second?
That's really good. Yeah. A 46, because that would affect enmity.
That does affect enmity, because it's just all allies.
And to put it into perspective, at I think it's pot 5. No, it's pot 3. Angelina's talent 2 is 30 per second. Granted, it's global, but this is so better.
This is in Ray. Hold on. What's Perfumer? Rip Perfumer, I guess.
I mean, Perfumer is great though, because it's also affected by her attack. So her skill 2 gives Giga Regen.
I mean, this is also 6% of self attack, so. Okay. At least, so it's like, okay. Okay. That's certainly a number. What do we got for so we got the heals by, okay, so Elemental Burst heal, and then status res. Oh, okay, allies recover elemental damage. I think that's fine. I think my only question is why are allies just straight up getting a 6% of attack heal? Like, wait, that's a pretty big heal.
I will say
It's like half a skull.
feel-
It's like half a sculptor.
I will say, I feel like the modules are so wildly different that, what do you call it?
It is a Delta
The
mod.
3 of them just aren't worth the investment. Like 6-star modules are so expensive.
That's from you, Mr. Level 1 module enthusiast. I'm like, if my units, if Silent gets like 3 modules, you bet your ass I'm maxing out each and every one of those.
I mean, regardless of whether you max them out or not, they are expensive, right? You're basically E2ing.
We're not taking into account
operators.
Yeah,
right?
but we're not going to take into account expense though. Like, if you're building it all the way, you're gonna build it all the way. Like, we've never taken into account expense. Because it's like, I'm not, I don't want to get into economics of Arknights of like, damn, which material, alright, you gotta add in the materials to E2 now so we can figure out the cost-benefit analysis.
We need Peter here so that he can tell us if this is a cost-effective operator.
No, we're not getting into cost-effectiveness. We're just getting into just normal useless. Like, I swear to God, someone's gonna be like, oh yeah, you need a bunch of a Chapter 13 mats. Like, oh hell no, we're not doing that.
No, I'm calling him right now.
Alright, let's get skills. Let's do skills. Okay. Okay. Dude, we are not doing ROIs on Raiders. We are not doing venture capitalism for freaking whatchamacallit. We're not going full Casimir's venture capitalism on is this operator worth the investment? Hell no. Okay. Again, I think this one's fine. This one seems fine to me. S2, what do we got? So we have a charge. So we have, what is that, an overcharge? Yeah, overcharge effect. So we have an overcharge effect. So less damage but more heals. And then if you overcharge it, I mean, that's a pretty long overcharge. If you're going for 60 seconds on an overcharge, yeah, increases skill. Okay, well, once again, I will once again say numbers still go. Oh wait, never mind. It goes to 30 seconds. Never mind. I'm just blind. It goes to 30 seconds. We have numbers. It goes. You get 10 more seconds. You get 10 more seconds. I'm just blind in that particular case.
I will say, I don't see the point of giving 110% attack if you're just going to nerf the damage anyway. Like, if the whole point of skill 2 is increase healing, why is the damage dealt to enemies being decreased?
It basically, I mean, it means you get to do more damage. Like, that's just straight up. Like, yes, you're doing more healing, but it's not necessarily a heal skill, because you're also hitting an extra target, so you're able to proc more. You're like, theoretically, you can proc a second person if you like set it up correctly, and you have longer skill duration, so you have more chance to proc it again. Oh yeah, and damage is only decreased when elemental damage is procced, by the way. It's not decreased standard. It's only when
my question would be, would this affect talent 2, like the talent 2 burst?
I would assume the way I'm looking at this is that, hold on, let me look at 2. For 2, is when it procs, they take the damage. I'm gonna give benefit of the doubt and say 2 procs, and then any attacks hitting while they're under the active effect. Like, basically talent 2 procs as they take the elemental effect. And then any attacks afterwards is, like, any attacks the bottom does afterwards is reduced. Like, that's how I would interpret it, based on talent 2 saying immediately. So, I don't mind the overcharge. It basically means, like, you're like, okay, you know, you have downtime. You're like, okay, you know, you're saving the skill, right, for a bigger usage of, like, oh crap, okay, now I need to like really crank the damage up, even if they're under proc. Like, I think it's fine, personally. I not really see anything particularly like wrong with it, or anything particularly weird with it. Anything, Zephyr?
No, I'm just thinking about the utility of the skill 2 right now. Since, well, we were told what the a bounce is, but is that something we can factor in right now?
Oh, the heavily.
Yeah.
We're gonna take it as whatever we interpret it first because it wasn't written. Again, so for those of you who are here, the reason why I do ask that everyone write down the specifics, even if like in-game Arknights doesn't necessarily tell us for balance purposes, is that we're trying to keep it in the air of fairness, where it's like if we mention like, oh, what does heavily mean, like, we don't want any kind of influence coming in where person's like, oh, well, let me just adjust the number down for what I had in mind initially or something. Like we don't want post edits coming in. We have a time period for that, for post edits after you send it in. Like we basically have until the submissions end where you can edit it how many times you want. So like if you have questions, I'm always open to ask. Like I do give plenty of time for people to do this. So if it's not there, we just have to do interpretation of it. That's why we asked that. That's why again I do ask that.
In that case though, I'm sorry in advance because my assumption was 80% move speed reduction and 50 attack speed reduction, which is
I would say
definitely a little different from turns out what the idea was. But
yeah,
under that idea, this is great. CC, like really nice. I kind of like it that way, honestly. I
like I'm gonna be
like if it was the 2020, I kind of think that would be a little weak. Like I think it can be larger if anything. But I interpret it as larger, so
I'm like, with us interpreting as larger, I think that actually funny. I think it works out in your favor that we're interpreting it as bigger right now with the CC. It's kind of working out in your favor right now because it's like, yeah, you're like basically you don't need to heal. Like yes, you're getting some heals in, right? But then you're also getting but you're also slowing them down, so you're getting a lot of damage in with that healing.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny that this is that rule is actually working in your favor.
That's what I say. Like it'll work equally in your favor as it'll work against you, is the way I see it. Like there's no like it works like RNG, it'll balance out.
It feels very 6-star to me. Like I really like that. I think that this gaining it behind the proc is fairly significant. And then as a reward for that, being able to do 80% move speed reduction for 15 seconds is like really nice, really, really nice. Like very, very high utility, not the hardest thing to manage, tons of use cases, right? And 50 attack speed is also just pretty huge.
It's like I see it as like a enemy damage mit skill. Because like mitigation in Arknights is not limited to just you have big number, me have big heal number, all done. It's like, no, if you affect their attack speed, you boost your own defense. Like, you know, there's a lot of ways to fiddle with it. So like, oh, go ahead.
Absolutely. Like with, you know, Frighten and Ina's attack speed, those are like two huge examples of trying to manage damage without even having buffs or debuffs. Just how much damage are you taking in the first place, right? Also, I'm just kind of a fan that 6-stars having skill 2s that actually
do things.
Have a strong identity. Like you would actually totally use this. This has great value. I totally see this being used.
Yeah, I honestly like skill 2. I think it's a good mix. Like, is there a bit of compression, like roll compression in this? Yes, absolutely. But I don't think it's roll compression in the sense that it invalidates other rolls. It's more of like you get some extra padding when you need it, is the way I see this right now.
Yeah, especially like, well, you know, there's no 6-star to currently compare against, but like I think of like the Mastema, you know, CC amount, and this is definitely not egregious compared to that or anything. So that still seems really good. And I like the range. We
got a Dusk-esque looking S3 right now. Like 70 SP, 50 second duration. It's like, Dusk? Is that you?
What about that S3 though?
Yeah, I'm looking at the S3. I'm like, Dusk? Is that you?
S3 is fine. I'm okay with the elemental damage being procced on the second attack, essentially. Because it's every other attack.
But also having negative status removed. That's actually pretty interesting. which I think it's fine. I mean, you have a 70 SP cost. Also, I don't think I was I provided with an initial SP for this one? I don't think I was.
Even if it's 0 or 40, I don't think it changes too much. Because it's a very strong skill. It has a lot of versatility to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it does damage. I don't really have a lot of complaints with it.
It feels like it's the, it's the big skill, right? It feels like it's the big skill. And with the SP duration, I think it's fine, given like how much it does. Like, removing negative status on proc is pretty damn useful. Looking at you, Herald, and right to Lake Silburn, with everyone getting frozen by, well, the lamps getting shut off randomly. I can see use cases for this one. Yeah, no, I like it. I like I mean, honestly, I'm looking at S1 just kind of like, S1's probably the weakest part of the skills for me. Because it's just like...
It's basic, which is fine.
It's basic.
Listen, all of it can proc elemental damage, which is more we can say for Wormy and Diamant.
That's a low goddamn bar, dude. That is
it is a very low bar. Too bad Hypergriff can't seem to jump over it.
It's a low bar. All right, lore. I'm making Zephyr read voice line.
Sure. All
right, lore summary. A catastrophe messenger currently operating in Barrenlands between Siracusa and Rimbilliton. Another catastrophe. We have back-to-back catastrophe messengers. After the resolution of the Lidium crisis and Rhodes Island support on Operation Ashring, Barong will enter a formal partnership with Rhodes Island. Very few things are known about Barong outside of rumors that they were one of the founders of the Contingency Contract Network, further supported by RI's first contact with Barong, as well as how quickly an exchange channel was re-established after the Chernobog incident caused Rhodes Island to be cut off from the network. Due to Barong's line of work, they rarely interact with others and come off as intimidating as a result. Beneath the facade, Barong is a friendly person who doesn't talk unless they're approached, from discussing the most recent studies and catastrophes with Ayafyala to joining a game of Hot Pot with Nyan. Hot Pot is a food, not a game. Almost beating her until having to leave due to emergency work to the dismay of the medical department. Barong was born in a village in the Barrenlands that later became Rimbilliton. Life there was relatively peaceful until one then infected widow in the midst of their grief unknowingly summoned a catastrophe. Many, including the widow, died in catastrophe while the survivors died slowly to oropathy. The incident drove Barong to continue living with one goal, to prevent another incident like it happening, and finding a way to end catastrophes. As a result, Barong would bear witness to countless events across Terra, including the Kazal Civil War, where they met Kalsa for the first time. During Barong's arts assimilation test, Elite Operator Pith immediately recognized that Barong wasn't using Originium arts, as it felt more akin to an imitation or something more primal. When confronted, Barong claims it's due to their gloves, a specialized casting unit. After some time, Barong revealed that their powers are from a Faradma that is located in Rimbilliton. The information was initially kept secret due to the presence of the Sui Regulator aboard the landship, as well as possible spies of the Maylander Foundation. Right now okay, is it bad that the biggest gripe to me is that Hot Pot, a game of Hot Pot, I'm like, hold up now. I'm like, hold up, someone did not do their food research of...
I'm assuming they mean hot potato.
I'm seeing Hot Pot here. I'm seeing... Like, nah, this says Hot Pot in the lore. Nah, dog, that says Hot Pot. I'm like, what exactly is a game of Hot Pot?
There is a Hot Pot game but that's in Genshin. I wonder if that's the same thing.
Will someone play too much
You put in
Genshin?
creative foods and then dare each other to eat it, I think.
I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide.
We have the internet at our fingertips.
I have never played a Hot Pot game in my life so far.
Game of Hot Pot.
I have never played a Hot Pot game in my life. So it's like, I don't know. Alright, Zephyr, do voice lines while Boop looks up Hot Pot game.
Alright. Since I'm here, if you find any contingency contract or messenger related paperwork, you can just hand them over to me. As someone who hasn't been a messenger for a very long time, I'm more than familiar with it. Doctor, what do you usually do when you take a break? My line of work never lets me wind down, and it's only after being at Rhodes Island that I've had time for myself. I no longer just read through piles of academia paper on the latest catastrophe research or track the Rusthammer's position. Instead, I have the chance to talk to people, each having their own story and perspective. I'm being more talkative, am I? It seems that way, I suppose. If you ever head to Rib Billiton, you might be interested in visiting Ironcoop. It used to be a top ore producer until it shifted its focus to agriculture in recent years. It's technically where I'm from, but many, many generations have passed since then. When I went there, I felt like a complete stranger to what should have been so familiar. However, I do find comfort that despite the years that have passed, there are many of those who still hold on to their traditions, such as one small shop corner who still sells their same unchanging noodles. Driven by desperation, poisoned by greed, or blinded by ambition, all of these things always result in conflict. Even in the face of calamity, this light will prevail.
Well done, well done. I do like the implication here of just like, it's like, hold on, it's not quite arts. It's like, what if I remember right? It's like, if I remember the lore right, it's like Sarkaz Witchcraft, or Tikaz Witchcraft, which is like technically not quite arts, like Originium arts. And I'm like, ooh, I like what you're trying to cook up here. I'm still confused about Hot Pot Game, but I'm not sure if that just makes me old at this point. Like, does that make me old? It might make me old. Does that make me old?
No, I've never done it either. I really, really thought that was just a one-off game thing.
But what if you're old like me? What if we're both just old? Like, we're just not keeping up with what the youngins are doing nowadays. What if we're just old fogies at this point? Then what do we do?
Uh-oh.
If you want to feel old, someone who was born in 2009 is 15 years old.
Alright, calm down there, Grandpa. Well, it's like, I'm sure there's a Hot Pot game. I've just personally never heard of it. But to be fair, the only time I usually eat Hot Pot is at home with family. So I'm like,
I want to try Hot Pockets, but they don't have any that are not, like, filled with red meat.
Alright, red hit points?
Yep, I'm finalizing some numbers. If you
Cool.
don't mind me going last.
Boop, I summon you.
Alright, I will start off by saying that I do think this operator is more fit to be a ritualist rather than a primal caster, because they heal, they remove status effects. With a module, they can remove elemental damage. It's very versatile, and it doesn't scream caster to me. It screams supporter. I think the balance is fine. It does a lot of things. I'm still coming to terms with it because again, switching, trying to separate the things that I don't like versus like the objective thoughts that I have is a little bit hard for me right now. But I think overall, for the technical side of things, I would give this a 4. It is well made. I just think I do think it needs some work though. Lore wise, it's fine. I'll give it a 3.
Lore wise, it's a 3. Okay, so that comes out to a 7 overall from Boop. Then I think Zephyr, you mentioned you wanted to go last, right?
I am ready.
Oh, okay.
Up to you.
Yeah, go for it then.
All right, sure. Okay, I'll start with the technical. Yeah, I think that the integration is good. It's what we all hope that the 6-star is going to be like. I think that in terms of balance, I mean, did better than the game itself is kind of not a terrible sounding bar. Although, I'm going off of what I originally assumed. Trying not to remember that's like 2020. I was thinking 80/50. I think that the balance with 80/50 is actually quite good. I think it's like very 6-star performance, 6-star utility. And I think that the cohesion is also all right, although I think that sort of comes with the class a little bit. I went with the 3.6 there. In terms of flavor, the integration is okay. And I think that there's some character drivenness to it, though there's a lot more describing of the character than necessarily seeing too much of like from them. I think that's carrying is I think it's actually integrated quite well with the AK universe. Pulling him like from Grim Billiton and non-Originium arts. So I think that's definitely carrying the flavor side for me. So I went with 3.6 for that as well. So it's a 7.2.
Okay. Okie dokie. On my end, I think the balance was pretty well done. Like, it feels strong, right? They feel very strong. They feel strong as a 6-star, but it doesn't feel like they don't invalidate anybody else in the process of being strong, right? Which is kind of a hard balance to like try to hit. Right, but also it doesn't feel like they're a must pick, which is, another kind of balance pitfall we see that happens here or there, right? But I think the balance is good. I think tacking on healing, like, I don't, it's like, as far as I know, the other primal casters don't do any kind of healing, right? Or am I just talking about my ass here? But I don't think any of the other primal casters do any kind of healing. So the healing part of me makes it a little bit like, wait, that's a little bit like, I'm not sure if casters should really be doing healing. Like, that seems like more of a big of a supporter thing. So, yeah, there's only 2 problem casters, so it's like I can see it happening, which is why I'm not really gonna go like too much of like, oh, this doesn't feel too right or whatever. So I'll give the balance like a 3 point. I'll go to Zephyr. I'll give the balance like a 3.6. I think it's nice. I also think that us defaulting to 80/50 works out in your favor, Lasat. You're welcome. I think that worked out in your favor compared to what I remember seeing you had in mind. As for lore, I don't think anything particularly jumped out to me as like you really pushed it beyond like meeting Rex to me. Like the lore itself, I like the references to implications and like the origin and like the sarcasm. It might be more like TCAS witchcraft, like instead of Originium arts, right? I like the kind of hinting there, but otherwise, I don't think it particularly jumped out to me. I just don't think it jumped out. So I'm not gonna score it as high on lore. I think I'll give it like a 3.3 for lore. I just don't think the lore particularly jumped out. Which means I am apparently now the harshest judge in this situation. Unintentionally. Yeah, good old 6.9. 21.1. 21.1. Well done. As I try to find where the hell you are on my list, my list O people, because holy mother of God, I have a lot of people on my list O people. Well done. I will also say I'm really happy with our updated scoring metric where we have solved point inflation. It's now much more in line with the bell curve.
Alright, next operator is a 36.
Alright, how do I send Boop to the Shadow Realm? Asking for a friend.
I'm already in the Shadow Realm.
How do I send Boop to the Shadow Realm again? Asking for a friend.
Yeah, I have to exit the Shadow Realm first. But
no, you're not.
Sending me. Here's the thing, you keep sending me to the Shadow Realm, so my sentence is getting extended.
Yeah, if I just keep saying it's not a double negative. You don't get a positive out of that. You just get super Shadow Realmed.
Yeah, exactly. My sentence in the Shadow Realm is getting extended.
How do I send you to Shadow Realm 2? It's like Shadow Realm 1, but more shadowy. I actually don't know how that would work. Like, are there more shadows in the Shadower Realm, or is it? How would that work anyhow? All right, we have Incendium. We have a 6-star Swordmaster here.
That's not a Solo Blade or a Musha. I need to remember
Oh
that.
my god. It's been 2 days. Or it's been a day already. Come on.
No, Swordmaster is very clearly supposed to be a Musha, not whatever the fuck Dual Strike is.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. A lot of Rana Swordmaster. Also tall.
Listen, Dual Strike Guard sounds better than Swordmaster Guard.
I'm okay with Swordmaster. I just think the funniest part of Swordmaster is Tachanka is a Swordmaster somehow, and it's like, chotomate. A lot of run. Okay, I'm kind of curious. Okay, they're a Sancta, but they're a Swordmaster. Do they use a gun, or what the hell happened to the gun? I'm kind of now. You have my attention with that.
I mean, you say that, but Executor is a Reaper, and he uses a gun.
That's what I'm saying. Like, are they still using guns? Because if they're not using guns, then it's like, all right, now I want to know what happened to their gun.
It's very clearly going to be a double barrel shotgun.
Double barrel.
We'll see. Irene uses a gun too, right? While being a swordmaster.
Yeah, but
only
Irene
for her
isn't.
skills.
Yeah, but also Irene isn't Laterano. She doesn't have like the
Also-
patron gun that Sancta do.
Also, it's very clearly stated it's not a gun, it's a hand cannon.
That's true.
It's not a gun, guys. It's a hand cannon.
It's a
alright?
super gun. All right, we got stats here. So what do we got? We got Chen Chen, we got Irene, we got Degan.
Mm-hmm.
How's our stats looking here? How are our stats?
I think that's a really large HP pool.
It's
I need
higher
to
than
check.
Degan. I can tell you it's higher than Degan. Attack
It's higher than Chen's.
higher, more HP than Degan, more attack than Degan, more defense than Degan. Not by much, like just tiny little bits.
Oh, it has less HP than Irene. Okay, cool.
Wait, Irene has more than. Wait, Irene? That's a lot of HP that Irene got.
It's okay, she
Less
has more
defense than
defense.
Chen. That's less defense than Chen. More attack than Irene too.
Which is fine.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what you cooked up here. Do they have gun, or do you have a good explanation as to why they don't gun? Now I'm curious. All right, what do we got here? Talents. Parry. Okay. Okay, patron. Okay, there's a patron weapon involvement. Okay. My questions are being answered. My questions are being answered. 3 hits extending to a 3 square single tile range. SP regen. 2 stacks. So 2 stacks of parry, and you get SP regen from. Isn't that just like halfway a Nyan mod X? It's like halfway a Nyan mod, just built in. Might be stronger than a Nyan mod.
Yeah, can we assume that the parry, like since it's a barrier, that is like completely nulls damage?
I'm chalking it up that parry will work like shield. That's what I'm chalking this up to. I'm gonna double check just to make sure I didn't miss anything in the submissions list.
I really hope it acts like the shield because it says acting as a barrier, and barrier is completely different than shield.
Yeah, barrier is completely different from shield.
Barrier is numerical, right?
Yeah, barrier
Well,
is.
there's
Think of
instance.
barrier as like over health.
Yeah, I'm thinking of it as shields as well.
I'm going to interpret this as
Mm.
shield.
Also,
that's my
7
interpretation.
seconds is like really short.
What's that compared to
because-
Mudrock?
Mudrock is 9 seconds.
So it's
And
fast.
it's
So,
not boosted with her pots either.
so basically, it's a faster So you get 1 less shield.
But you get it faster.
You don't get HP back, but you do 3 hits of damage. I'm assuming just 3. I'm just gonna chalk it up as 3 just attacks, like 3 auto attacks worth of damage. And then you also get 2 SP, and then an ally around you gets 1 SP. So you get 3 SP essentially. You're plus 3 SP, and then damage, and you also ignored it. Talent 1 feels strong. Talent 1 feels like it does too many things. Just off of initial consideration. For reference, Nyan spawns with 3 layers of shield, and that's it as one of her talents. And with Mod X, she gains 3 SP per shield getting broken. She also gets attack and defense boost. However, the shields don't come back. Yeah, I know. No, I know it's 1 SP per double. I'm just saying I'm saying just the parry gives you 2 SP, so you're plus 3 SP as a whole. Because Incendium gets 2 SP off proccing a parry, and then a random ally also gets an SP, so you're basically plus S3.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can keep getting that back. It feels like it does a little bit much, personal opinion, but we'll see how it plays out overall. Okay, so you have stacking Defense Shred and stacking Resignor. I'm going to operate off of it only applies to Incendium.
I do have a. I think this is a fair clarifying question. Resignor 2%, is that 2 res or is that 2% of the enemy's res?
2% of enemies res.
Okay.
Because
That seems sort of fair.
if I'm right with how Texalt works, it's not. She has like, what is it, like 30% or something like that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Texas Alter is based on
Texas
enemies
is
res.
very-
It's not flat.
Yeah, it's because her
It's
S2
very
does
it's
minus
very
10%.
explicit when it usually, for example, Ifrit talent is minus 40%, her S3 is minus 20. So both of those interact very weirdly, and it's not a
Surtur's a flat
straight.
22.
Yeah, Surtur is 22 flat res. So it's 22. It's percentage based. So it's just, if they have if they have 100 res, then you subtract. You would just be doing the 2 and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So yeah, the Resignor is fine, and I think the stacking is fine. Maybe. I mean, one
I think
parry
that's
though.
pretty good. I mean,
One parry
think
gets you up. One parry
Gigan has
basically gets
a-
you what, almost halfway.
Gigan has essentially like a built-in 30% ignore.
Yeah, I think
I'm
because
okay with
targets are
talent.
Yeah.
threatened.
I think 2's fine.
So I don't think that. Yeah, I think that amount's pretty good.
2's fine. I think 1 does a little too much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
talent
one
1
is
is
scary.
really strong.
One is
if
really scary.
if it was a maximum of 1 shield, I'd be okay with it because then you couldn't stack it up.
Or the
Right.
either 1 shield or you could stack 2 but no SP regen. Or something along the lines of that. I just think all 3
Or
together
maybe
feels a
just
little.
not. 7 seconds is really, really quick cycle, no matter how
Yeah.
you look at it.
You basically get an
I'm-
invuln every 7 seconds.
I'm okay with the SP simply because every Swordmaster except for Degen has some type of SP generation
Yeah.
in their talent.
I think I'm okay with it's like I think I'd rather keep the SP but no stack shield or have the regen time be a little longer. Because again, shields are really strong in Arknights. Like there's a reason why we don't really have any operators providing shields. Okay, so it's the 70 defense ignore trait. It's the Y mod. Okay, so you basically get more shred. Okay, I think that's fine. I think that's fine.
42% is a bit much, I would say. Because it's 42% as well as res, right?
Mm-hmm.
As it's not just one or the other. If I were to compare it, Guard Neural at mod 3 is 31% defense ignore at max, including pots. Right? So 42% is a bit much, I would say.
Truing. I think I think if it feels just a little bit lower, I think I'd be fine. I don't think it's horrendous. I think it's just like it's a little bit over tweaked. But
If it was 42% without the res ignore, I'd be okay with it. It's just both being that high is a bit much.
I think it depends on what the skills do too. Because like the way I'm operating off of Talon 2's assumption is that this only affects the damage that Ascendium does, and it doesn't affect, like, say if you had like, you know, I don't know, a KOB standing nearby also doing damage, she wouldn't get the benefits of that res ignore. That's the way I'm assuming for this, based on how the Talon 2 is written. But
it's all ignore. It's not shred, yeah.
Yeah, it's ignore. So it is working off of only this operator. What do we got here? So twice 2 enemies, 3 square straight line, minus 20 moves. That seems fine.
Yeah.
That seems fine. It's auto activation, which can get pretty funny, but that seems fine. What's the next one? Block +1.
That's new.
Grants 3 pairs, so you have 3 procs of invuln.
But it's only max 2 stats, so I'm assuming that
it grants 3.
It raises it.
Yeah, it raises. Basically, it gives you cap +1, but I'm assuming the cap itself isn't raised. So like once you use up that third one, your regen still goes up to 2. Okay, so it's kind of like a like a Monster Hunter like longsword slash where you're like you gotta charge it for a second and then go wha with it. Okay, there's the arts damage. Pushes enemies away. Parry stacks are not lost but cannot be raised above 3. So wait. Hold on. So you use it and it just raises your cap to 3? Am I understanding that correctly? Or does it not I think I'm okay with this one being a clarification point.
Is this like a skill 2? Sounds like it like lasts, you know, 4 seconds. Is that right? Like it's like a one-time hit.
That's what I'm looking at here.
So you use 2, it stops for 4 seconds, and then it hits, and that's it.
Yeah. You basically stop attacking for 4 seconds, and then once you do the slash, that's like the quote-unquote end of the skill. But it looks like the parry stacks persist. As far as I can tell.
I will say, if they're attacked during the 4 seconds, I'm assuming the Talent 1 attack with the SP regen and stuff doesn't go off.
We do have ranges.
That's
ranges.
how I'm interpreting it.
That's the S2's range.
Oh, so like true AoE as well.
That appears to be true AoE.
Which is fine,
Yeah,
I suppose.
I mean, it's acceptable, I would say. This range is gonna look a little wonky, but hopefully everyone can see it well.
It's like 20,000 physical damage to a single enemy with 0 defense, so I'm okay with it.
This all feels like they tank bosses really well. Because you can basically just invuln bosses if you're like if they have a slow enough attack speed.
20
Right.
but the thing could you with the way it feels like it would be very easy to stall bosses with this, depending on the boss, because most bosses have a slow attack speed.
So what do we got? We got a sword landing on closest enemy with the 3 tile or the closest deployable tile.
22 offensive recovery doesn't really hurt it though, because you constantly are gaining parry stacks from Talent 1, and you just get free SP because of it.
Not to mention
if
you
you're
get
getting attacked, and the thing is, you can get healed by other operators. It's like you can get buffed from other operators. Like unless this operator gets one shot, it's probably very easy for it to permastall bosses.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So then this is basically a sword drop for S3, and then enemy movement slow. Incendium does the shooty. Oh, okay, so this is like the classic Swordmaster S3 like shing move, but with a new flavor. So it's a new flavor. How long does this last? What's the timing of the skill? Because you proc it, reduce it
8 seconds, I believe.
8 times in 8 seconds. Hold on, I'm trying to see if there's any. I don't have a duration here. Yeah, no, I don't have a duration here.
I'm assuming the duration is 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to chalk it up to. I'm going to chalk this up to 8 seconds. And then, so you basically have 8 seconds. So they're taking 800% of attack as arts damage. And then 5 enemies within 3 squares for 200%. So what is that, like 1600%?
Mm-hmm.
1600%, what is that, Fizz? And then 800% arts. So you have a split arts and Fizz, but it's like not originating from the same source. Yeah, so basically you get 8. You basically attack 8 times, once per second. And then like the skill duration lasts 8 seconds then. And then yeah, and plus animation. So basically as soon as it lands, it's 8 seconds after the landing. So effectively 8 seconds of damage time. Okay. What's the attack of this operator? Oh god, math. Oh god, math. So, what do we got? That is... What do we got on the math here? It's like... 700-ish? I'm just gonna use 700 as like a rough number.
Sure.
Yeah, so
I think it's fine.
So I don't think it's... It doesn't seem crazy.
My only gripe is the consistency and frequency of the Talent 1 shield.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with the skill 2 having like a bunch of shields. I would
I think damage is
slightly
fine.
increase the SP cost for skill 2
Mm-hmm.
and tweak Talent 1 a lot because
I think the regen
shields
is too
are
strong.
very strong.
Yeah, I think the regen on Talent 1 is way too strong. Like that's a little wild. That's a little wild for me for Talent 1, but I think S3's damage is fine. I think my biggest concern with this operator right now is like how consistently you can kind of just hard tank.
Yeah.
Which is like, because I know Skami mentioned that Dagenbreaker has some defensive abilities with, you know, Frighten, but Frighten proc time is, if you're just, you know, just purely by the talent, right? Frighten is 10%. Right? Yeah, Frighten is 10%. For 5 seconds, but it's 10%, so it's RNG based. You're not guaranteed to proc it. Unless you're using S2, right? I suppose S2 you're guaranteed to proc it.
On S2 it comes up pretty frequently.
It does come up pretty frequently on S2. I'm trying to think how okay I am with the shields.
I think the shield's just too strong.
Yeah, I just feel like the shield is too much.
It's really, really fast. That's I think there's totally room for Swordmasters to be defensively focused. I think that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to do multiple things, but 7 seconds is faster than anybody else right now, right?
Yep.
And
Yeah.
only frame of reference is a defender who I kind
10
of think
seconds.
that, like, yeah, sure.
There's-
Rock is like an offensively.
Yeah.
Theoretically, Viviana can get a shield every time she attacks,
but
Also
it's
RNG.
only one stack.
And it's also RNG
it's
based.
RNG,
Yeah. I think it's I think my concern with Talon is that it's too free for it's a little too free. Like you don't have to do anything and you'll get a shield guaranteed every 7 seconds. Whereas Degen S2 or any of her skills, like if you want to guarantee the Frighten, you at the very least have to still hit the button, right? You at least still have to hit the button. This one, you technically don't even have to hit the button, and you're still getting free procs without like it's guaranteed, right? So it's like it's still stronger, if that makes sense. Frighten is 5 seconds as well, so Degen S2 is offensive recovery.
Yep.
So it's 12 autos for Degen, if assuming you use both charges. So it's like you're still getting the shield faster. You're still gonna get the shield faster, and you're getting rewards for when the shield hits you. Degen just gets a damage boost for against frightened enemies, as far as I know. But this
Degen
one
also doesn't have the SP boost. This has an SP boost, so all of the SP costs that we're seeing are technically slightly less because of Talent 1.
Yeah, because you get this back, and then you're also doing 3 hits return, so you're still doing damage even if you're, tanking. So it's like, I think my biggest, I think the skills themselves, I'm okay with ish. I think my biggest thing is just that shield comes back way too fast. I think it's just the shield comes back too fast. Yeah, like the damage is like, eh. Yeah, like
There's my green.
yeah, again, it's the damage is like to me. It's like it's okay. Again, it's the shield. I think it's a little too tanky. Just a little bit too much. Who wants to do lore? Who wants to do voice lines?
I can do lore again.
All right, Zephyr desperately avoiding the voice lines.
Nah, I just like reading lore.
Totally like reading lore. I'll do
Alright.
voice lines.
Incendium was born Marcus, a Sancta from Laterano. He had a normal childhood and was a child of a long-standing military family, spending much time training with his patron firearm, a submachine gun, and would join the Pontifica cohorts Lateran when of age. He also exhibited impressive skill with a longsword, which he would set alight in combat, giving him his Incendium title. Facing war changed his mentality quickly. He was involved in many skirmishes and battles, particularly with Kazdal, most common and one of the most brutal enemies, leading him to grow resentful of Sarkaz and troubled by the death and horrors he encountered. Even as he retired a decorated veteran, he could not find himself able to readjust to civilian life, and soon left again, finding himself an independent warrior, traveling from place to place. One day he found himself following rumors of Sarkaz marauders traveling between Kazdal and Lythanian. Tracking them down, he noticed that they were about to attack an encampment and without further thought intervened. He would find the battle against the marauders difficult, as their leaders, vampire twins, proved to be very dangerous until a Goliath appeared. Marcus held back his instinct to fire as he noted that the newcomer was fighting the vampires. The fight ended with him victorious and his would-be ally passed out. Marcus pondered, considering helping him, while his darker side tempted him to leave him there, or even finish him off. Good nature prevailed, and as he slowly carried the Goliath back, he was met by the inhabitants of the tents, Sarkaz refugees. Their gratitude surprised him, and despite himself, he further assisted his helper, taking him to receive medical assistance at a nearby Rhodes Island outpost. It was Rhodes Island who noticed this act of goodwill and offered him an operator position. Finding a chance to live a different life, he accepted. While somewhat surly at first glance, he found himself mellowing both in regards to his views on Sarkaz and toward life in general, with a more relaxed and optimistic view of the future.
You see what happens when we aren't racist? Good things can happen, y'all. Applies in Arknights and in real life.
True.
I like the lore. I like it. It's like there's some degree of real life connection, but in the world of AK. Like, this is plausible. I like it. I would like to continue to say that Todafons is not racist. Jimmy. I need to defend Toddy. She actually doesn't hate Sarkaz. She's got no beef with Sarkaz. She just learned how to fight them real good. That's why she does bonus damage to them. I will continue going to bat for Toddy. Alright, I guess I'm doing the voice lines. I don't want to do this one. Be not afraid, Doctor. I'm only here for some light training, but you might want to stand behind me. A bit further. I've recently received medical treatment by Miss Hibiscus. It was awkward at first, but she's a nice girl and pleasant to talk to. I threw the lunch she made for me overboard, though. Please don't tell her. Chocolate limes! Those were my favorite growing up. They're still just as good as I remember them. Makes me wonder why I ever stopped. Oh well. Never too late to start again. It's strange, this promotion. It feels similar, yet different to the ones I received in Pacifica Cohorts Lateran. Could it be that hope has returned to my heart after all these years? Hope that things could get better, both here and back home. Yes, perhaps that's it. The light of Laterano shall sear your eyes and ignite your flesh. It's a metal-ass skill activation line, good lord. Good lord, that's a metal-ass line at the end there. Alright, rate hit points?
Yeah.
Zephyr? We ready?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is going on in chats? What the hell did I look away? I looked away for half a second of what the hell is happening in there.
Hey, racism is okay if it's for character development. This is a joke, don't take it seriously.
Debatably, it's never okay. Never immediately. Boop speaks for himself and no one else. Both of us just disavowing Boop straight up. Alright, who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Alright.
For the flavor,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start with flavor because why not?
Mm-hmm.
I like it. It's simple. It's not overly complicated. It's neat. So I'll give it a 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
For the technical side of things, I like the mixed damage. I like the creativity of it, in the sense of it's different than the other stuff that we have, while also not overriding other things. I do think it's a little bit overtuned in terms of Talent 1. I do think some of the damage numbers are slightly too low. I wouldn't increase them too much. But overall, I would probably give the technical side of things 3.2, 3.3.
3.2? Which one?
3.2.
Okay. Or do I just put 6.7 or 6.8 for the total?
Just put 6.65 and call it a day.
We already did 1 decimal point. Alright, I'll take the next one. I think balance-wise, I'm like okay with the balance overall, except for like I think S3's damage is a little low. I think basically my biggest question revolve around skill 2 and talent 1. I think talent 1 is too free for what it does. Like it's on way too short of a cooldown for what it does, and when you pair that with skill 2, you end up with some like comical levels of silliness. I think the creativity is great. I think the integration is great. I think the cohesion... Yeah, I think the cohesion works. I don't think it's like as... I don't think it's as cohesive as like some other, OCs we've seen. But it's cohesive, it works, right? I'll give it a 3.3 overall. Like, I think it's okay. Like, I think you tried, but I think talent 1 and skill 2 is just like being able to just borderline infinite tank depending on the boss, right? As for the lore, I like the lore. I like the lore of like you know, someone's slowly trying to go through the change, right? Going through a character arc of like, oh wait, of like the am I really the problem? Yes, it actually is me. So I like that aspect of it, and I kind of like the real life tie-in of just like trying to come back after, you know, after military life, right? Try to return to civilian life, but just can't. Like that's a kind of pretty big point even in IRL situations, right? So I think it's a good, it's like a good parallel to it, which, I mean, we see that in Arknights, right? There's some parallels here and there. I wouldn't say it's 100% parallel, but like there's some parallels here and there. So it's like, I like what you're trying to do here. Do I think it particularly jumps out outside of those points though? Not quite. So I will give this a 3 point... I give it like a 3.5. Puts me at a 6.8. Alright, Zephyr, what you got for us?
Sure, yeah. For the technical side, I think that it was pretty creative. You know, not a new class, but still definitely like a different take on Swordmaster. I think the balance is a little bit off. I really think that the talent one is like crazy strong. But in terms of the cohesiveness, I actually did like it quite a bit. The way that you know, you end up with a defensive skill and offensive skill and like a fairly simple skill one. Nothing feels like crazy off to me. I went with a 3.2 for the technical side. For flavor, I actually like that quite a bit. I thought that the character focus was there. The lore was like straightforward. I feel like it, you know, wouldn't be out of place at all in like part of Arknights' like actual story. And I like that it integrates pretty well with the, you know, Sancta from Laterano, as well as the weapons they use, how that works with the skills, and how they get where they are. And it just feels like very cohesive overall. So I went with a 3.7 there.
Ooh, 3.7. Haha, you are the 6.9 this time.
Nice.
Nice. So what do we got? I like our... This is probably like the closest we've given to like all three of us giving the same scores. We haven't all given the same scores yet, but this is probably the closest we've gotten to that. So that's a 20.4 for a GG. Well done, well done. Where is... Where are you, GG? You're in here somewhere. There you are. I was like, I know I have a GG. You just see the amount of like various names I have in my sources for OBS right now. There's so many. There's of the one time we had like I think it was like 20 some. What was it we had, Boop? It was like 30. It was like almost 30 submissions, I think, right?
Yeah, it was insane.
It was kind of nuts with that.
I would still do it again in a heartbeat.
It was a good time. Just, oh my god, though, we were so dead after it.
Yeah.
We were so dead. All right.
24-hour stream.
What, the extra life contest-a-thon where it's just non-stop? I'm gonna die.
Non-stop OCs.
Non-stop. I'm just gonna kill someone. All right, Bullshot. It is your turn.
Are we really almost halfway through? Damn.
Yeah, we're making good pace.
I'm checking the time. I'm just like, we're going through these so fast.
Yeah, we're making good pace. Again, it's
5 OCs in your pocket. Hand them over.
Ho.
Hand them over right now, Grimoire.
Ho.
Pretend I have a gun to your head. I need your OCs. I have an addiction. It's not good. I know.
Don't rat me out, Lasat. Don't rat me out. All right, what we got here? 6-star Mecha Cord. Instant going. All right, how does this compare to Golden Glow?
Let's go. We're gonna power creep Golden Glow finally.
Gotta send Boop to the Shadow Realm again. A Liberry from Ursus.
Listen, if this does not have a funny locust hummingbird meme, instant 0.
I want to know how a burb ended up in Ursus. I am very curious.
The same way a what do you call it? What's the word? The same way Aslan is clearly not feline.
Totally not. Totally not. Alright, so what do we got here? We got more HP, less attack, more defense, and otherwise standard.
The lack of attack is scaring me.
It's okay, the skill will just ramp it up by like 8 bazillion, right? I mean, what?
Yeah, it'll be plus 400%, right?
Totally.
Totally.
Oh, and technically Helliger is
Okay, Talent 1 is already too much for me.
Golden Glow S2.
Why does Talent 1 power creep Golden Glow S2? What? Huh?
1% of an enemy's max health? Okay.
Okay. I have problems with this already. Because Golden Glow S2 is literally just bigger range, 60% plus 60% attack.
I would rather you rip off Golden Glow's talent and just be like, oh yeah, ignore 15 res. I would rather you do that than 1% max health arts damage.
The drone expires after 10 or 12 seconds. For what it's worth, it's only after they leave the attack range. For what it's worth. But that's still guaranteed a good...
It's a lot of damage.
It's still a lot of damage.
Granted, it's like... It affects every enemy, like, the same amount. But it's still, like... It scales really, really hard.
I'm just not a fan of just... Yeah, this operator just straight up has bigger range and does all this. Like, if you're gonna go for bigger range, then just leave it at that.
Yeah, if the talent one was just attack range expands, period, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah. Like, I don't think a drawback is necessary, but I think you're gonna have to compensate skills to account for that, right? But adding on all of this to S1 is a little yabe.
This is a skill. This talent one is just a skill. It's not a talent.
Yeah, I think combining the two.
I'm just waiting to see what the skills are going to be because there is an insanely high chance that with talent 1, whatever skills are next are going to be crazy broken.
Also, talent
2 max is like too good.
So when your skill is active, for each drone active, they're losing 3% HP per second.
I will say the last sentence of Talent 1 kind of shows a little bit of lack of knowledge on how mecha cord casters work.
I'm looking at Talent 2 just like what's the purpose? Like, why do I feel like this is purely inting yourself? Like why does it feel like Talent 2 exists specifically just debuff you from Talent 1? Like, that's the way I'm seeing Talent 2. Like, Talent 2 doesn't exist to be a Talent 2. Talent 2 exists to counteract Talent 1. That's what I'm seeing right now. And I'm like, why do you have two talents that, like, where one of the talents debatably ints your operator for not a particular reason?
I think max HP damage would be okay if it's based on the operator's max HP, not the enemy's max HP.
Because I'm just looking at this like, you do less like I don't see why this second part is necessary of like, yeah, when you're activating your skill, you die for it. It's like, what the hell are you doing with the skills then? Right?
Yeah.
It's
also, yeah, Talent 2 just doesn't make any sense.
Like the first part of it's like, okay, like why is this necessary? right? Why is this even necessary? In what situation are you going to be putting your caster where they're sitting there and just going, yeah, just gonna sit here and just, take some damage right quick?
Like, the whole point of a Mecha Cord caster is that their drone is a second attack. It doesn't have a separate attack interval.
So it's like,
right?
I have questions on both of these talents. I'm not a fan of either of these right now.
I do feel like there is, like, a lack of understanding on how a Mecha Cord caster works just from Talent 1 alone.
Talent 1 and 2, I'm just gonna do what was it, Randy from American Idol mode, just like, nah, that's a not for me, dog. Like, that's a yikes for me, dog. We'll see if the module does anything.
69 HP per second is quite a lot. It's fine. It's whatever. It's a ranged operator. It either gets one shot or it dies immediately, or it either gets one shot or it survives one hit, right?
Like my question with having that much recovery, it's like, in what situation are you slapping your caster just in the middle of goddamn nowhere where they're gonna get shot at by things? Like, why?
To be fair, in general play, most of the time you can trust your ranged operators to survive at least one hit, right?
Yeah.
Because of circumstances, because you're going into maps blind, right? Whenever a new thing comes along, so you don't know where enemies are pathing, what enemies are coming, so your ranged operators will tank a hit or two here or there, right?
What does the module do? The module reveals... I'm assuming reveal just means if they have invis, they're revealed. So if they lock on and reveal an enemy, they stay revealed, which I actually think that's pretty cool. Like, straight up, that's actually pretty cool. I'm not sure how often. I mean, okay, actually, no, Loki, it kind of comes up a little more often than you think now with high-end CC stuff and how they're slapping more and more of his enemies. So, like, I'm a little more okay with that. S3, I'm assuming by burning enemies is just a dot, Skami. I'm assuming it's just a dot. Because it's 80 arts damage a second for 3 seconds. Yeah.
I'm assuming it's like similar to an Ifrit S2 dot, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the damage over time is how I'm going to chalk it up. I'm like... See, I'd be okay with... I'm like way more okay with just the additional effects at level 2 and 3. I'm like okay with that. But then you look at the rest of Talent 1, you're like, why? Right? Like, again, I'm okay with it, with the additional effects. Like, I think that's fine. Like, it's nifty little extras, right? I still just don't like the base talent. I just don't like either of the talents right now. Like, I really don't like either of them. We good to move on to skills, or is there anything we want to go back and check over?
Yeah.
Zephyr?
Yeah, for me.
Cool. Yeah. What do we got for this? Drones outside of skill range are governed by... Oh. Okay, so it's just the damage up. Okay, so it's a standard like Mecha Core, just like damage boost is what it seems like.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. It's like not... I don't think it's really pushing it either direction. It's kind of like, okay, that's like the vanilla S1. No sprinkles, no extra chocolate on it. What about S2? So the drone just auto kabooms. 50% movement speed down. Active drones count towards I just don't understand why again, like, I'm looking at the skills, I'm like, the skills seem fine. Like, I don't really see any problems in particular with the skills. Like, it tying all back to the talent, I'm just like, why do the talents, like, why does Talent 2 exist? I'm gonna be honest, just like, why does Talent 2 exist? What about S3? What does S3 do? Oh, you stop attacking with S3?
That Golden Glow does the same thing. So
oh, that's true, because she technically... Right, because I'm like...
Mm-hmm.
I keep forgetting that she, like, technically stops. but it's like your drone does things. So it's like stops attacking, and then drones come out, and you just keep spamming drones at so 5 enemy receives 10% fragile. That's fine. See, like, that's fine. That's the thing. Like, these seem fine. I'm just looking at the talents of just, again, just why? Like, what, like I'm looking at skill 3, it's like, okay, so I use skill 3 and I int myself. That's all I'm getting.
Skill 3 feels very weak.
It feels lackluster.
Because with skill 3, you aren't even getting attack up. You get 2 extra drones, yeah, but you're getting no attack up. And 10% fragile is like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, but remember talent 2 exists, so you make 5 drones and you're just inting 15% HP a second. If you're at max drones. And it's like, what do you get from that? You get 10% fragile.
Die,
so I'm just like...
Yeah, this operator just kills themselves in skill 3.
Basically, like, why... Like, if I wanted to put down an op for them to int myself, I just bring Thermex. No offense, Thermex. You're the best boy. I mean, hell, Thermex ints himself and does, like, what, 30% fragile?
It's 30% fragile, and it's to more than one enemy, too. This is to one enemy.
It's like, this is...
locking on to one enemy.
Like, I'm looking at this like, alright, just strap on... Like, you know, I don't know, like 5,000 damage to Thermex and just like, alright, cool, right? Like, I just don't see why I'd ever touch the skill 3. Like, what would I use the skill 3 for? Like, I think skill 2
You just wouldn't.
Skill 2
Skill 2
seems...
is fine.
Yeah, I think skill 2 is fine. Like, the drone does some attacks and then kabooms. It's like a burst, semi-burst AoE. It's like, I think skill 2 is fine. I think most of my questions for this operator is just, what the hell is this? Just, what is this entire page, basically?
Also, this operator's skill 1 is just a worse Golden Glow S1. It's just straight up. It's half the attack and 20 less attack speed.
Mm-hmm. Like, I think the skills are fine. I think the skills are fine. Like, apart from skill 3, I'm just like, what the hell am I doing with skill 3? Like, I actually don't know what, like, if the skill 3 didn't have inting yourself, it had, like, a bit of a damage boost, and it's like, alright, you're producing a bunch of drones, it's like, okay, I can kind of get that a little more, right? I can be a little more on board with that. But it's like, what do I get from this outside of they have a bigger range? It's like, alright, in return for a bigger range and doing, you know, percent max HP damage, you just straight up int yourself. It's like, I'm just not particularly a fan of this type of design of just like, hey, you get this really cool thing, but also you die in the process. And it's like, I'd rather just have something that's more usable and not just instant inting myself. I think, personally. How about you, Zephyr? Thoughts on what we have so far?
I don't get the idea. I just think that like, I'm not sure how you use this.
Right?
I will
Usually where I
say,
start from is basically, if this operator actually existed, where do you use them? How are they good?
Yeah,
like,
My initial thought was, percentage HP, max HP is gonna be crazy. If there's even like one skill that like enables it, then it's over. But then it's like, you know, drones don't last that long. The drone production speed is not that big. The max is not that large either. It is still gonna be ARDS. Fragile's extremely like gated on like a wild condition. Frankly, like that seems like a really tough condition.
Not to mention, you just die.
There's too many conditions. And then Locust dies, and this is confusing a little bit. I'm thinking about skill 2 though. I've actually been thinking about whether skill 2 might be a somewhat okay use case.
I like skill 2.
I think it's a little weak still.
skill 2 is fine. It's just that, why would I ever bring this operator for skill 2 over, like, another caster or Golden Glow?
Like, I'm looking at this, like, if I want that level of AoE, like dead ass, like, I'm just bringing my Dusk S2 at this point. Like, if I want that much AoE, right? Like, you just pop it, it's like, I get a damage ramp, it's like, wouldn't I just, like, Like, I'm looking at this caster, like, why would I use this caster over, like, Golden Glow, right? Why would I use this caster over other, like, quote-unquote meta casters? So, I'm just a little lost here on what we're doing here. But, alright, we want to move on? Ready to keep moving?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, lore summary and voice lines. I can do lore summary. Who wants to do voice lines?
I'll do it.
Alrighty. Okay, data extracted from files found in a derelict research facility and on-site operatives. A survivor of Ursus, Locust's early life is unknown. An infected that joined Reunion at the early stage of the organization, Locust was found to have the potential to be a caster. Placed under Mephisto's unit, he served the Reunion loyally. However, as time passed, he began to question the leader he followed. Unfortunately, his suspicions were confirmed. The Mephisto he knew was gone. His comments were no longer the same whenever they came back from Mephisto's talks. One day, he mustered the courage to have a private talk with his leader. Unfortunately, his plan failed with the intervention of Faust. Dubbed a traitor, Mephisto had other plans, far more sadistic in nature than what we have on record from Lungman, categorized as possessed ones. There's an immense time gap between his capture and processing. Locust was extracted from a derelict research facility. Within there's many fallen Reunion personnel. In throes of darkness was a constant cackling. Following the laughter, our operators discovered Locust. Attacked on sight, we managed to distract the individual, though not without great injury by the arch drones they controlled expertly. Thanks to our tactician, we were quick to discover their control was very limited in range, struggling to control the drones at distance, resulting in berserk machinery. Surprisingly, after the initial conflict, Locust was rather cooperative despite his hesitant tone. Having lost his memories, he was only cooperative with us due to way of Molly. With a further explanation of Rhodes Island's mission, Locust agreed receiving treatment in exchange for the arch drones he was utilizing and any expertise he may have from the facility. Scans show great progress in the affection within the brain. Doctors on observation could only deduce Locust suffers from dissociative identity disorder. After further analysis, we have determined Molly is the new identity, granting Locust his ability to not return to the savage state we found him in. With further management, we believe Locust can be a powerful operator and a helpful hand in Rhodes Island's fight. Okay. Alright, Zephyr, what you got for us?
Sure, yeah. Yo, doctor, name's Locust. Nice to meet you. Molly, I know, I'm speaking to the doctor. They didn't tell me to be formal. Ah, fine. Sorry, doctor, I'll greet you formally next time. See you around. Molly is Molly, Chuma is Chuma. No one sees Molly but Chuma does. I'm told it's just me, but I think Molly helps Chuma, even if she loves to annoy me no matter where I am. I remember this feeling from back when I was a soldier for Reunion. Pride, self-fulfillment, but these memories, while blurry, feel very heavy and sad. Oh, greetings, doctor. Please, have a seat. Molly'd be quite mad with me if her little brother wasn't so polite. Now, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Doctor, a word, please. I remember more. Much more than I want. My slaughter. I enjoyed it. But no reason is a good reason. I should thank Molly. Huh? Oh, she's here, hand on my shoulder.
Hey! Are we ready to go on to points, or is there anything we want to point out, address with the lore? Say some...
You can go to points if...
I think honestly my biggest question with the lore is that, like, if your ops are getting attacked on sight, wouldn't, like if RI doesn't really have any communication with you, wouldn't they just try to kill you if you just attacked RI like on sight? That's kind of just been my impression.
I suppose it depends on like the situation. Like maybe it's because again it could be like, oh yeah, this is like someone who's very clearly like still human, like they're not one of the zombies or whatever, but they're also like not in their right mind. You like, I feel like RI would be the type of company to be like, let's sedate this person for now before like murdering them on the streets.
They took one look at Locust and went, alright, bring out the elephant tranquilizer, we're gonna need a little more today.
Also, who's Mephisto? I only know Lugia.
Home. Home. Alright, who wants to go first here?
I can go first.
Go for it.
Lore's fine. I'll give it a 3. Like 3 overall for flavor, that is. For the technicality, or not technicality,
Technicality?
For the technical side of things, I was really, really looking forward to this operator, and I was disappointed. I do like the direction it was trying to go with the idea of constantly producing drones and losing them and then producing them after a couple seconds. But it didn't really go anywhere with that. Talent 1 is... it's too much going on with a range increase and then max health damage. Yeah, the max health damage isn't too much when you do the math. It's like 10% at total, right? Which isn't a lot, but it's still, like, just like the concept of it is a little bit much, in my opinion. And Talent 2 is why? Why does Talent 2 exist? Skill 1 is... why does Skill 1 exist? It's just a worse Golden Glow Skill 1. It's the same rarity. It's just why? Why does it have lower numbers? Skill 2 is nice, and then Skill 3 is also like why? Why is Skill 3 here? So I think overall I would give the technical side overall probably like a 1.8 overall. I don't think it was done very well.
Alrighty. Zephyr, you want to go next?
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll start with the technical. I think in terms of the integration, it definitely could exist. I don't think any of the mechanics that were listed in it were necessarily like, too out there or impossible or anything like that. Yeah, I think in terms of balance, it's very weak. The character, it feels like almost unusably painful. And then in terms of cohesion, like, it's also unclear what the, I guess, like, unifying idea of the design is. I think sometimes you can sort of see like what the angle is. It's like taking this class and giving it a bit of a twist towards like offensive, defensive utility. It's just not clear to me what the operator is meant to do at the end of the thing. So I went with a 2.4 for the technical.
Okay.
Perhaps not quite poop levels of
harsh
strictness. Yeah. In terms of the integration, I think it meets the bar in terms of fitting into the existing lore, at least tying into Mephisto. And the skill somewhat makes sense. Went for an explanation of why the drones would go berserk and perhaps do more. I think the character's a bit of a play trope, unfortunately. It's a little bit unfortunate. I think overall I went with a 2.8 for the flavor as a result.
So that is a 5.2. All right. Let's start with technical. Let's get the bad news out of the way. I think on the creativity side, I have an idea of what you're going for. Honestly, my favorite part of the creativity was seeing what you try to cook up with the modules, like with the extra module effects, where I'm like, hey, these are actually these are kind of interesting with what you're trying to go for these. And then that's about it on that end. For balance, I would not use this. This would be a hard skip for me if this operator came up in banner. I saw this, I'd be like, nah, dog. This one ain't for me. Like, I don't know what the hell I do with this operator, right? Like, this is not for me. I don't know what I would use the operator for. It just feels like this is balance and cohesion talk now. Like, the operator's talents actively work, or their talent 2 actively works against their skill for not really any particular reason. The talent 1 is a skill, but the talent 2 is just inting yourself. Like, I think the best made skill in this entire kit is skill 2. But then I look at skill 3 and I'm just like, I feel like I could throw down Thermax for roughly the same effect. Like, yeah, I do a little less damage, but I get more fragile out of it. It's like, I feel like I could just throw down Thermax and just have a similar effect. I'm just going to int an operator, right? So, like, I think the balance is very undercooked. I think Cohesion was very undercooked. The balance is very undercooked. Integrating into Arknights, yeah, it'll fit in, and the creativity is like, I'll give you the bare minimum for you met the bare minimum for that, but outside of that, for creativity, it's like, yeah, you met the bare minimum. Outside of that, I think it's very undercooked. I'm gonna give it a 2 overall for flavor, or not flavor, for technicality, for technical, not technicality. I made the same mistake Boop did. For lore and flavor, I think you just met the bare minimum. I'm not really getting too much outside of the bare minimum. Like, yeah, the drones do this. It's like, okay, it's like, we're getting somewhere, but it's like, outside of that, I'm just like, I'm not really getting anything beyond that. It's there, right? Like to me, it's like, it's there. Like, I don't feel strongly, like, what was that one meme? It's like, I don't have strong opinions in either direction. That's kind of the impression I got from the lore. So it's like, you'll get like a flat 3 from lore for me, I guess. Like, just like, I don't really have strong opinions on it. Like, it's like, I'm not like, oh man, this lore sucked, or oh man, this lore was great. It's just like, it's like literally flat down the middle, just like, yeah, okay, it exists. So it's a flat 5 for me. I think it puts you at a 15 overall. Yep, 15 overall. And then, as this is our halfway point, we are going to take a quick, like, 5-minute break. Everyone get up, stretch, get your stretchies in. Stretches, get some water, get some snacks, get whatever you need. We'll be back in about 5 minutes here. Be back in about 5 minutes. Here's our scoreboard. Here is our scoreboard. I will leave it on the scoreboard for now. And yeah, 5-minute break.
My life suffocating, ignoring villains, leaving inside me. Oh, my guilt is never fading. It forever lives on under my skin, killing me from within. You stay a part of me for the rest of my life. You tighten your grip like shackles on both. wiped back every tear. I carry you on my own, 'cause you insist you only feel at home. And my skin, you're killing me from the waiting. Will you stay alive for me for the rest of my life?
I have returned from my break. Alright. Oh, big stretch. Hope everyone's stretched, got some water, got some snacks if needed. But we are getting ready to start our second half in about a minute or so here. Alright. Yeah, no, the hot pot game, I have no idea of the hot pot game. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure if that just makes me old or... Yeah, it's like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm just old. Or if Zephyr's also old with me. I don't know. And the hot pot games to make it as spicy as possible until people have to leave from the table. That is a game that I would not play.
Oh, I have done that. I didn't realize that was like a thing though.
That's a thing? I'm like, why would you waste
Yeah.
perfectly good hot pot like that?
Well, you do it at the end.
Nah, dude, you're wasting perfectly good hot pot soup,
no.
though.
No. You
I
open a
liked
restaurant. You open a restaurant with the hot pot challenge. You make it free, but for the cup of milk afterwards, you charge $20.
Calm down, Satan. God damn. You gonna pay for their hospital bill afterwards, too, or?
No, they have to pay it. American healthcare is expensive.
Brewing. Don't remind me of that one. That was a... Alright. Are we, y'all... But our judges, are we ready to go to our next operator?
I'm ready to be more harsh.
Oh dear. Zephyr, you ready?
Yeah.
I like our little dichotomy here of I'm ready to be more harsh, and then just... Yeah?
I already thought I was being too hard.
You have not seen boop levels of boop harshness. But this is by Quacker. This operator is mask number 2. Okay, mask number 2 implies the existence of mask numbers like at least a mask number 1. Oops. You did not hear the buddings.
Where's Arknights 2 then?
Isn't that just
SMH?
Enfield?
No, but it's Arknights Enfield. I'm talking specifically Arknights 2.
That's just where we're at right now. They never told us. I mean, to be fair, do you really want a 2 for Arknights? They made Overwatch 2 and they just Overwatch 1 but shittier in every single way. I mean, what? Alright. Agent Vanguard. Where's Ambrisk? I see Agent. Someone's quick. Someone summon Ambrisk. This is right up their alley. Lupo. Colombian Lupo. Okay. Wonder what we got here. 6-star Agent. So this is going to be a comparison to Inez then.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Mr. Numbers Man. What you got for us, Boop?
It's more or less just on par.
More or less on par, nothing too crazy. Cool. Yeah, it's basically what we look for stats, as long as it's nothing too if we don't see like, yeah, Agent Vanguard, 8,000 attack. Amber's will find out at some point. Someone's gonna be like, hey, Amber, someone made an agent. What do we got here? Ammo bait. Okay, ammo. Wait, just deploys with ammo. Okay. Interesting. How does... Oh, so hold on. So you only use ammo when you're doing ranged attacks. And then you'll only do melee when you're blocking or out. Okay, so the ranged... Okay, so the ammo is purely for ranged. Can only hit ground enemies.
This is a reversed Phantom S2.
That's what it seems like.
It's literally just a skill. This is not a talent.
Do I need to tap the sign again?
Yes, tap the sign.
Do I need to tap the sign? Like, do we need to have another talk about why talents should be just a nice little buff? Like, I swear, like, on God, I swear to God, if I see a talent that's longer than like 2 lines, at some point I'm just gonna be like, alright, that's probably a skill. Just like by default. Because I'm looking at it and it's just like, yeah, the first hit doesn't bind and steals 60 attack. That's all.
Honestly, in terms of like numbers wise, it's fine, but it's basically a skill.
With how it works, yeah, you have 15 ammo and then it does all that. It's like, you just wrote a skill as a talent. Like, I'm looking at Inez's second skill and it's just like, yeah, enemies lose invis and have their minus 30% movement speed, and then she leaves the Shadow Sentry that does the same thing. Like, is it decently strong? Yeah, but is it still simple? Yeah. Like, what other... Like, what other Vanguard? I mean, I don't think of anyone that has, like, a really, really long talent at this point. It's like, I swear to God, people are... It's like, What does talent 2 do? Redeploy, gain 9% stacking for the rest of battle. Oh, so basically once you redeploy 3 times, you ignore enemies' physical dodge. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's what it seems like, yeah.
Okay. I'm like more okay with talent. I'm okay with talent 2. Talent 1 as just a concept is just kind of like Alright, we ready to scoot on to skills?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Skills. What do we got for skills here? Infinite duration. Wait, so the first... What? First 5 out. Oh, so basically it plays off the talent 1. Okay. So it's basically an ammo-based skill that you can reactivate once per deployment. First melee attack ends. So basically, if you use up all your ammo, you don't get DP until you punch the dude in the face. If I'm understanding that correctly. And with more ammo, you punt them away further. And then you gain range to be able to do it again.
Skill 1 also removes the downside of Talent 1 for the 2 activations that it has.
Basically, yeah. So you basically get a super punt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
I think the melee attack I agree with Skami. Like, I like the concept of Talent 1. I just don't like the way it currently works.
Yeah, like skill 1 to me, like if it was just standalone as is, right? If it was like, all right, like if you combined talent 1 going like, all right, here's 15 ammo with like skill 1, like I'd be like, yeah, this is a pretty cool skill, right? Like, this is pretty cool. But talent 1 just conceptually is like, this is way too much for a talent. So like basically right now the biggest problem for me is just the talent in and of itself. Like I just don't see a reason right now why you had to incorporate ammo and melee, like the range melee phase, into talent 1 when you probably could have just incorporated better into skills. Cause Scabby, are we playing Fizz melee? Are we playing melee? We're playing Fizz melee. We do it. You gotta hit your positionals for your damage buff. So what's 2? So you do a slide, and then you turn. Okay, so you basically do a slide and then turn around, and then you punch everything. You get whatever a bank is. So you get a stack. So no. Oh my God, there are positionals. We're playing FF14 with this one, apparently. You got to hit from the flank or the rear. All right, if you want to know where the flank from the rear is, you got the half circle, and then you got the... We are playing FF14 now, apparently. Converting bank into DP. So, 50 ASPD, 50% range fizz dodge when skill ends. Okay, so you're basically... Okay, so it's a reposition, not a full-on redeploy. Okay. Wait, it's treated as redeploy, but keep current HP and do not grant... So it's still reposition then. But then redeploy implies that you're removing any negative skill effect, like negative effects. Hold on. Now you lost me.
It's like a Yato.
Like a Yato?
In a weird way. Like
yeah.
Yato, then she stopped on the last tile.
She stopped on the
turned around.
Turned around, did some positionals. You gotta get your gotta parse a 95. What do we got? Okay. I'm like, yeah, I'm okay with it, I think. So you just zip back. Like, I feel like
I don't think it's bad.
Yeah.
I do think maybe there needs to be a maximum number of enemies though.
Like
Is there one?
Let's see. Each
There is
enemy
no
slip through.
max.
Nope, you can hit as many as you can. Gain 1 bank for each enemy hit on the initial punch, and then when you're slapping them in the booty, you just get 1 bank per of that too. It's only a 12-second duration, so I don't think you're going to be able to get that much DP out of it, from what I can tell.
The thing is, it's also, this is an agent vanguard, right?
Mhm.
So chances are you're not going to stack up enemies to get like 50 DP. Right?
Yeah, you're not getting a lot of DP out of this one, is the way I see it.
Like skill 1 generates DP per attack, which is fine.
Mhm.
Skill 2 heavily relies on enemy density in a sense, right?
I will also
Something like that.
I'll also say
I
that
think 15 no matter what.
I'll also say that Vanguards don't necessarily have to be like, okay, this is their job is purely generating DP, because I'm like, Inez S2 does a lot of damage. Puzzle S2 does a lot of damage if you're able to get it, going. Like Puzzle S2 does a lot of damage.
But the thing is, this operator
Doesn't do damage
talent, either. Yeah, it's talent 1 kind of gives them attack, but at the same time, it's not like consistent damage, because when you activate skill 2, chances are just like, oh hey, what if you activate it at the end, right? Where it's just like, oh. Though I suppose it does say simultaneously strike each enemy slid through with a melee attack, which means by the time you're done with the slide, you get half max ammo, since a melee attack automatically refills all ammo.
For S2?
Yeah, for us.
Yeah. You basically just recharge your ammo when you activate it, is the way I see it. And then S3 is... You have a dodge, and it's increased to 2 times. I'm like, I gotta go back to talent 2 and see what the frick it does. Okay, so you get 9. Okay, so you get up to 27 and that gets doubled. Okay, so that gets doubled. Next melee attack hits all ground enemies. So so like actual AoE. And then does a punt. 1 per enemy hit. Tile ahead is deployable. Melee attack moves and activates skill after moving. Can only move up 3 times per deployment. Moving is treated as redeploying, but keep... Okay, so basically you're repositioning.
Yeah, so the thing is, most agents don't really want to be in melee. This operator feels like they have to be in melee to get full value, which isn't necessarily bad, but I don't think it's worth the risk, essentially. Right?
I think my question with this operator, granted Inez is like pretty busted with the S2, but it's like in what situation would I want to use this one, right? Like what draws the interest for me using this one, especially with Arknights right now, where your initial waves aren't, how should I put it? Your initial wave, like you're not getting. We haven't seen a lot of big initial waves nowadays.
Other than S1, it's just like you have to do a lot more work to get the same mileage that you would out of Inez and Puzzle and Kanta, right? Just to generate the same amount of DP.
Because I'm looking at this like you're not doing any bonus damage, right? Like you don't have an attack up. So you're not doing more damage to justify generating less DP. Like, Puzzle S2 generates, like, does a good chunk more damage, but doesn't generate as much DP. And then Kanta generates a lot of DP and does a decent amount of damage. Inez just does crazy, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Inez is extraordinarily strong, so that's why I'm not really counting as much against Inez. But I'm just trying to think, like, if I'm generating less DP, then what am I getting in return for generating less DP or having more requirements to generate similar amounts of DP, right? What am I getting in return for that? And it's like if this feels like a mid-range, like a mid-game Vanguard, if that makes sense, which is kind of to me is kind of antithetical to what you're using a Vanguard for. Like, this feels like a Vanguard that you use a lot more in the mid-game where you're trying to generate DP. Where it's like, alright, you got your deployments out and you want to try to generate more DP and, like, using this operator to get more DP. But the vibe from me right now just feels like I'm doing a lot more work for similar results. Which, more skill expression I'm totally down for, but you want to be rewarded for the skill expression, right? That's the vibe that I'm getting from this right now. Like, am I, do I need, if I want more damage, I'm not getting that much more damage, right? I'm getting an AoE slap, but I'm not getting that much more damage. I'm not getting that much more DP. Like, I think the biggest benefit is being able to, do the movement, right? You're being able to do some movement, but you're not being able to do that much movement either, right? So I'm asking myself, like, what situation would I want to use this operator? How about y'all?
Yeah, it's a little tricky. I mean, but it's really hard to compare when Inez exists.
Yeah, let's pretend Inez doesn't exist for a second, for the sake of this, because Inez is so extraordinarily broken that
I feel like
let's not consider it. Let's not consider Inez.
Yeah. I feel like this operator would benefit a lot more from burst damage rather than attack speed. Something like skill 1 does this, but if skill 2 and skill 3 sort of did oh hey, let's make it so that the melee attack does all the damage and generates all the DP based on enemies hit. Like, you hit 5 enemies and you get 5 DP, but you do a lot of damage. I feel like that would benefit this operator a lot more than just than whatever the repositioning and the physical dodge is happening.
This operator feels like it's in limbo for me, where it's like, you're not leaning more towards DP gen and you're not leaning more towards damage. You're just kind of in like it's like a jack of all trades, master of none situation, but like it's more master of none is more what it feels like. I'm just trying to think like where would I use this operator? Like for what purpose would I use this operator instead of just
I would
using
use
like
this
Kanta?
operator for
puzzle.
skill 1 only.
Yeah. Like, why would I use S2 and S3? Like, if I want DP, I just use Kanta, right? Like, I just get more value from Kanta by doing less, right? Like, what's my reward?
I can see S2 working if it had crowd control, and I can see S3 also working if it had better crowd control other than a shift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, imagine if the slide in skill 2 stunned enemies.
See
for
that?
Like 2 to 3 seconds.
See, that would be a good use case for me. Like, you know, just like a short stun, right? Like a short stun, but it encourages you like, oh, like let me get some util, and then you get to use it, right? Like it's like, okay, yeah, that's like, okay, cool. Like you're the crowd control vanguard. You still generate good DP, like you still generate solid, like good enough DP, but it's like okay, there's a good, you know, there's a situation where I'd be like, oh yeah, I want a stun that gives me DP, right? And I don't want to just be like, Hoya red, or you know, it's like, you know, if I don't want to use Tex Alter because I want DP out of it, or I'm saving Tex Alter for a different situation, right? So
And for skill 3, you don't even have to have it be a stun. You could have it be frighten, or you could have it be not a huge slow.
yeah, I think this operator just lacks a bit of. I think we're missing a bit of identity here. It's very cool. It's very flashy. It's very busy, but I feel like once I get past like the glitzy outer layer, I'm like, wait, what am I actually doing here? Like, it feels like I'm missing a little bit of interior substance here.
I think the identity is there. It's just that it's the illusion of power that it gives. There's no actual power.
Yeah, like I see a lot of things that the operator does, but when I take a step, I'm like, oh wow, that's a lot of things. And I take a step back and I'm like, wait, what am I using these for?
I see those stats again, actually.
Yeah.
Trying to do some math on how much ammo this is, how much damage this ammo is anyway. Okay. And the talent one?
Mm-hmm. There you go. You get a decent punch after all the ammo is used, but you have to use up all the ammo in order to get the punch.
Okay, so the attack increase is not for the ammo text.
Nope. It's
Or
for...
it doesn't apply to those.
Yeah,
Only
I mean-
melee.
it's they get more damage as it's stacking up though, right?
Do they? That's
Yeah.
that's
Up to
like-
225.
Attack increased by 15% for every ammo consumed.
Yeah, but that only applies to the melee. Melee attacks have decreased
Oh,
range. It
okay.
can only
Is
hit
that
ground
melee? Yeah,
enemies,
that's-
but have
oh,
attack
melee
increased by
only.
50%
Oh,
for every
that's
ammo.
even
That's-
worse. Oh, no.
That's my question. I'm trying to
Oh,
figure out. If
that's
it's
even
ramping-
worse. Holy
If it's
shit.
ramping, I'm trying to figure out if this is close enough. If it's not ramping, this is just like super far from enough damage.
It does ramp,
Um,
but it only ramps up to 225.
But only the melee ramps, right?
Yep, only the melee ramps. Not
Yeah,
the...
that's the range would need to ramp at the very least. Is what I'm thinking.
But then at that point,
I think
it's
the
like...
point with the CC makes a lot of sense. The only thing I could think of for using this is if you need an early opening and somehow also need to bait attacks early on without having to use a second deployment.
Mhm.
I'm sure 1P relay players could find something. like this,
So
but-
we'll be really out there. Oh man, this is exactly what I'm looking for.
But yeah, I think in general use it's like not strong enough.
But I feel like at that point, like if you're ramping ammo as well, like don't you just have 4 skills? Right? So it's like you can't ramp range ammo and melee ammo. Because at that point, again, you're basically just ranged phantom. You're ranged reverse phantom. Oh, up to 225% attack increase. Oh, okay, yeah. So you could get through 25%
Sure.
then.
Yeah.
Okay, but still, it's still just the melee.
Yeah, and also the consideration of like, if the melee never happens, it's wasted, very wasted.
Or if someone runs into you early, you're like, you do like the 2 ammo, like,
Maybe this is one of the ops that gets brought out whenever you have enemies with physical touch.
I guess. But it's just like, I mean, even in Ideal City though, it's just like, I still don't think it's that big of a, like, the dodge isn't that big of a deal in Ideal City, even now.
I was thinking of IS3 specifically.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, no, not that big there either. Yeah. It's just, I feel like this could be fixed with just numbers though. Like, and that's why I'm like,
Yeah. I don't think
I
it's
like the ideas.
Yeah.
I do think that CC on 2 would be really nice though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, you can't just straight up copy Ina's homework, with the
Yeah.
bind, but something similar to that, or like a slow, or just having her having Mass become like some sort of like dedicated CC to these 3 tiles
Or hell,
is
like,
pretty interesting.
or hell, just like an attack, like give them like a slight attack down for a bit of time, where they're like, oh shit, what just went by? They get distracted or something, right? Like some kind of supporter, some kind of like support ability attached to that, I think would be enough. Like, you're not missing a whole lot, but as is right now, it just feels like there's something missing that'll set this apart, that'll give you more use cases. That's what I feel like is missing from the skills.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm struggling to actually imagine using this over Cantabile, and that's a little scary to me.
Yeah, like,
What do you think about that?
I'm kind of in agreement right now, because, like, I'm looking at this op, right? It's like, okay, I'm probably not getting more DP than Cantabile, right? I'm not getting more DP. And Kanta probably does similar, if not a little more damage between her skills. And then it's like, okay, well, what about Puzzle, right? It's like, okay, I probably get a little less DP out of Puzzle, barring, the infinite DP shenaniganry that you can get up to with Puzzle, because he does have that capability. And it's like, okay, well, Puzzle S2, it's like, I'm probably doing more damage with Puzzle S2 because that's Art's Thought. So it's just like, Puzzle already is kind of situational, but it's like, if I can't see as big of a use case for this operator over Puzzle or Kanta in their like situations, it's like, again, I don't think it needs much to add that. I just think right now as is, I don't have that, and that's how we have to unfortunately judge it as, well, this is what we have, right?
Mm.
Are we ready to move on to lore and voice lines? ZephyrEmbyr, we ready to
Yeah.
scoot on?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Who wants lore, who wants voice lines?
I can do voice lines.
Alright. Zephyr, you want lore?
Sure.
Alrighty. All yours.
While being orphaned at a young age and raised by poor folks set Equus on the path of thievery to survive and alleviate her suffering, she did not neglect all those in similar situations and passed some of her spoils to them, turning her into a vigilante for poor towns in Colombia. She started small with condescending rich people wandering in the open, then scaled up to robbing corrupt banks with some like-minded friends she made along the way. To make sure her group would not suffer repercussions from those they robbed, she always made sure to steal bonds and transport logs that she could use as leverage against them if they were to attempt any assaults on their lives. However, during a heist, a Reunion extremist detonated an originium bomb that blew up the entire bank they were robbing. When she woke up to find herself alive in Rhodes Island's office in the frontier, Helena broke the news to her that she was the only survivor from the massive explosion thanks to her foldable shield, but inflicted with eripathy from the originium residue of the bomb. Equus, after being motionless for a long time, burst into tears as the reality of her gang being dead sunk in, while Helena comforted her. Kaltset, however, when she arrived, made clear Equus' identity as a vigilante and criminal, and Rhodes Island's immediate benefit in handing her over to officials should they do so. However, as Kaltset described Rhodes Island to be in the business of hiring criminals lately, she gave her the choice to be employed by Rhodes Island to utilize her infiltration skills in exchange for concealing her identity and providing her medical treatment. With the alternative being a short-lived life in jail, Ekris chose to work for Rhodes Island as a covert operator to make full use of her skills. Mask number 2 being her codename, however, has baffled many operators, but they have come to understand it is for sentimental reasons.
Okay. Alright, Boop. Go forth.
Alright.
So you're the boss here. Calcit says my information has already been logged into the system. If you need to refer to me by a codename, mask number 2 will do. Why that codename? Because I have this mask. Why do I have it? For robbing banks. You aren't surprised? Are you guys seriously in the business of hiring criminals? I don't like the number 1 much. Anything more than 1 is better to split the goods between myself and others. This foldable shield? It's apparently from my real mum, but I don't remember my parents. Whoever she was, though, I'm thankful for it. It may not have stopped me from becoming infected, but it'll still keep me alive. What was my old life like? If you're genuinely asking, it was tough, and I had to be tougher to survive. But not everyone had the same drive, and I couldn't just ignore them, since they still helped me in exchange for barely anything. Guess I just felt they deserved something more for their troubles. You don't mind if I take some time off to visit a few places, do you? Gaudium, Plus, Benny, Doctor? Sorry, I was just thinking back to my early days. Helena told me a story of how she and 3 fellas robbed a bank in half an hour. That was our time back when we were rookies. We'd be in and out with a bag full of cash in 5 minutes flat. Sorry, I'm not gonna rob a bank now, okay? But thanks for letting me think about it, Doctor.
Okay. Already? We ready to keep, ready to go to points here?
Yep.
Cool. I'll start this one off. For balance, I think I like the creativity, and I think it'll integrate pretty well into Arknights. I like what you're trying to go for, but, and I do think it's I think it's cohesive enough with like the ammo melee, like the range not range part. I think what I'm thinking with the balance is just one, just on principle, Talent 1 just feels like it's an extra skill. Like, Talent 1 just straight up feels like it's an extra skill with what you have to do for it, right? Like, so that on principle is just like, nah, that's not, like, nah. And then the other part with skills is just, it feels like something's lacking. Like, this feels undercooked in the sense that, like, what would I use... What's the situation would I use this operator, right? What situation would I use this operator? What situation would I do things, right? So that's kind of where I'm coming with this. So I think balance-wise, I'm gonna give the balance. I'm just gonna give the balance like a flat 3. I think, like, you did better on some parts than others, but as a whole, it's just like it's there, right? We're missing some stuff, like Talent 1 being a new skill, like basically being a skill, like I am going to knock you on, because like this should not feel like a skill, right? As for the lore, I think the lore, I like the bit of flavor from the lore. I think the lore is solid. I think it's a good like beginning, middle, end of like how she ended up in her situation and like why she's an agent, why it all works out. Like, yeah, I think this works out. Like lore wise, I think this makes sense with like the whole like why she's going in and out and everything, right? And like why she does like a punt and why she's like, you know, hitting it from behind. Like, okay, this makes sense. I like that how the lore fits into the skills. The lore, I can see that fitting into Arknights. And then as for personality, as for like OC focus, yeah, I think this is focused on her, and I'm getting an idea of her personality. I don't think it's as strong of a personality that I'm getting from her compared to other OCs that we've gotten. So I'll give the lore like a 3 point. I'll give the lore like a 3.5. So it's 6.5 for me overall. All right, who wants to take the next one?
I can go. For flavor, I think the flavor was nice. I like how the lore was somewhat integrated into the kit.
Mm-hmm.
I do think the lore was the best part.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I would probably give flavor overall 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
For the technical side of things, I do think the balance was the worst part.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the creativity, I do like the direction the operator went.
Mm-hmm.
It just felt very undercooked.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll probably give it a 2.8 overall.
Okay. So 6.3 from Boop.
All right. Yeah, so I guess I can do the technical side as well. I thought that the creativity is not bad. I like the idea of, building in the ammo as long with the, normal agent stuff. Yeah, just to echo what Wookie and Boop said, that the balance is, it's very weak because it's just like very difficult to figure out a use case for this operator, and I don't think they have to be Enos to be balanced, but I do think that there should be like some sort of use case that might jump out. I do think it's pretty cohesive though. Overall, I went with the 3.1 for the technical.
Uh-huh.
In terms of flavor, I like the backstory is simple but strong.
Uh-huh.
Not super familiar with what Reunion does in Colombia, but willing to accept that perhaps some random extremist would do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it integrates pretty well. I like the tie-in specifically to Helna or like Cold Shot and like,
Mm-hmm.
that side of the story. And I think that the character focus is pretty good, as well as like, tying into skill names with the background.
Mhm.
So I went with a 3.4 there.
Okay.
That's a total of 6.5.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so it's like, it's an above average. Looks like our consensus is above average, but not enough to really push it beyond, is what it seems like. Is what we're agreeing on here. Okay, so for mass number 2, it's a 19.3. Which, drumroll, also makes... Okay, fine. 19.3. Oops. 19.3. Why? That goes there. Alright. 3 more ups. 3 more ups. Next one. Next one should be interesting in the sense that this is currently the defending lightning round OC winner. This is Spipley's operator. So Spipley is defending the lightning round OC crown, but technically it doesn't really affect that because they'll still hold on to that one. But yes, it is time for Spipley, and to no one's surprise, this is a Phalanx caster. To no one's surprise, this is a Phalanx caster.
49 years. 49 years of combat experience. Oh my god.
A Phalanx caster. I'm so surprised. But yeah, that is a lot of combat. Wait, Iberia? Someone, quick, someone grab blue. Someone grab blue.
Oh, Phalanx caster, let's go!
Iberia mentioned. Someone go.
And it's a dude? Oh, even better.
Someone grab blue. It's a Phalanx it's an Iberian Phalanx caster. Grab blue. Also, holy shit, he tall. 192. Not the tallest, but that tall.
Like number 4.
49 year, oh my god. Let's go. This guy's so old, I love it.
Old. Blue is fending off against... I'm sorry.
Isn't Blue on a flight?
That's what I thought too. Unless he landed. But He's fending off the wall. Alright, what do we got? So this is going to be compared to Karn and Lin, right?
Why do I have Karn and Lin at level 90?
Why not?
Yeah, it's on par.
On par? Cool.
On par.
Noted, dude.
215 defense is actually kind of low, though. Compared to, like, Lin and Carnelian.
That is a little low. We'll see how the skills and talents make up for it, though. Oh, apparently Blue is fighting off roaches. Noted. It's like Animal Crossing. You get back home and there's roaches and went, oh god, and started scurrying over the hills. Alright. So. Talents time. Talents. Oh yeah?
Restore an additional 1% max HP per second. So this is a better beeswax talent, which is nice.
Okay. So for every operator in range, you get more. Okay. Okay, so you're basically just like so this is the damage mitigation of I will absorb some damage taken by allies. I am the sanctuary now is the vibe that I'm getting.
I like how both Talent 1 and Talent 2 are self-balancing in the aspect that because you can only attack enemies within your range, if an operator is within your range, yeah, you have more attack, but that's also another tile you can't attack enemies on, you know?
I mean, you can stack enemy. Like, it depends on how the range stacks, but yeah, it depends on where you put them down. But yeah, no, I like this. I like this. I think it's fine. I'm not seeing anything too, I don't think I see anything that makes me go like, oh god, or go, oh no. Like, it seems fine. Like, these are solid talents, I think. It's a very defensive talent for one, and then an offensive for talent two, but it all involves around people in range of you.
My only question would be, is the 40% also reduced by defense and res?
That would
Because if it is, that'd be super busted. If it isn't, that can go wrong really fast.
I see what you mean. Like a big AoE and your operator just goes bleh.
Yeah.
It feels like damage taken implies that you take that raw number and then treat it as another attack of damage, but I'm not sure.
That's how I'm willing to interpret it, because it's like it's redirected. So it's like
it's damage. You can't.
Yeah,
I guess it's already reduced once, so it's not reduced again.
The way I see it, it's damage taken, not inflicted.
Yeah.
Or inflicted onto, it's taken, so it's after the damage res calculations. That gets redirected to this unit, which I am going to treat as a second attack.
I'll probably
Like a second
consider
instance.
it. I probably wouldn't consider it as second instance, as in it's not reduced a second time. So if it's like if 400 damage is redirected, they would take 400 damage. It wouldn't be reduced by res or defense again.
I can see that can get out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if it is reduced again, it would be super busted.
Yeah, because like you have the you have like the effective. How much? Okay.
Patriot
double.
phase 1, just like Neon has 1200 defense, Patriot has 2700 attack. All of a sudden, that 1500 damage is being reduced by 40%, and then that's being reduced by another 800 because of the way Phalanx casters work, right? So it'd just be really busted if it got reduced twice.
It feels like it's in the boat where it's like if it happens twice, it's too strong. But if it only happens once, then it's like doesn't do enough, right? For some situations.
I think it's fine if it's the latter, because that provokes skill expression, right?
and the sense of you have to space your operators well enough so that the splash doesn't murder the
That's
Phalanx
into you.
caster.
Yeah. Let's see what modules do here. But I like the these are very much talents.
Mhm.
I don't have to tap the sign here.
And they're less than 2 sentences.
I will say sentence length, like, if it does something simple but you just need some words to convey, like, I'm okay with that. But like effectively it's a simple effect. It's like a nice extra padding as opposed to like, alright, you do a whole ass new thing. So yep, normal.
Oh, the first module is I would probably say that's worse because an increase in damage redirected is that just makes the problems we just talked about even bigger.
See, that makes me wonder at this point of like, was the intention to have it be 2 instances then? If you're cranking this up more, right? That makes me wonder now, because it's like... Because, like, I can imagine, like, little enemies aren't doing anything, right? But, like, for a big hit... Like, for a big hit, if you're just taking equal damage, then you're still taking the similar amounts of... But then again, your allies taking less damage, but you're also a ranged unit, right? So inherently, you're just not as tanky. So I'm just trying to think how this would...
Module 3 is really interesting.
I'm trying to think how that one would work, but...
Ground tiles. Oh,
We're making ground phalanx. We've actually
Oh,
made...
that's fine. That's fine.
We've literally made...
No. Listen. What you do is you put Muinar down. You put this Phalanx caster down with Muinar in range, and all of a sudden you're having double reflect.
We've made ground phalanx a thing. We've done it. We've made ground phalanx.
Res plus 5 is also insane because that's great.
That's a lot. Yeah. We've made it. We've done it. We've made
I
ground
really
phalanx.
I really hope the skills increase max HP just to show that, hey, it's supposed to be the not 2 instances of damage, so that, you know, it's more, this operator's more about tanking rather than doing damage.
Let's see. Let's find out. Is there anything you wanted to add, Zephyr, to talents or modules?
No, seems to make sense here. Yeah.
Okay. Is it bad that I'm happy to see a couple more, like, simple skills after seeing really long skills? Is that bad?
I think that's perfectly fine.
Attack range expansion.
It's always nice when an operator looks like they could actually be in the game, right?
Mm-hmm. Ah, okay, so I think this is intended as just one instance. I think it is intended as one instance now, because I'm reading that S1, and I'm just like, oh, you basically, you're not gonna die. Your HP can't go below 1. You have a spec alt skill. And there's more redirection, and you're doing more attack as arch damage. Like, I want to say that it's just one big instance. That is a very strong talent 1, though, considering you have invuln.
Yeah, plus it'd be 75% damage redirect.
Yeah, that is a very, very strong skill 1. Just in pure terms of...
15 seconds duration is fine.
Mhm.
The SP cost is too low, though.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
it's
is...
Heli drop.
Oh, it is heli drop.
Because the thing is, you look at Spectre skill 2, it's a 40 SP cost skill, or 15 seconds of invulnerability, right? And this is basically AoE. It's not AoE invulnerability, but 75% damage reduction is basically invulnerability.
Spec alt is 25 initial, 35 SP, 20 second invuln. For spec alt.
Oh, I was talking about Guard Spectre.
I mean, Spec also has Invuln, though.
Yeah.
So if we're comparing Invuln to, like, just raw Invuln, this is also a 6-star.
I still think 25 SP cost is too...
I do think
It's too
25
low.
SP is... I do think 25 SP is low for 15-second duration. I do agree on that. Not to mention Spectre is also stunned for 10 seconds after the duration.
To be fair, the stun is beneficial for her because
Yeah,
she
she doesn't die.
regens herself.
Mm-hmm. I do think S1 is a little too strong though, considering that you can just give your allies 75% redirect and then just not die for it. It's like that is a very, very strong skill 1.
Yeah.
Like that feels like a skill 3, like low key. Let's see what skill 2 does.
25 is just so fast.
Skill 2 is nice.
Kali drop is just so fast.
Let's see. So it's a reveal, and Fizz and Archdodge reduced. Enemies are marked. Okay, so that's how you can do bonus damage. Okay. So it's like a damage amp. It's like a support plus damage amp ability. Is what I'm seeing S2 as.
It's just a tear that saves me from the darkness. Witnessed through a mirror.
Okay. I think I'm fine with S2. Like, I think I'm 26 skill, 35 SP cost. Like, I think S2's fine. Like, I think that's a perfectly fine skill, I think.
I'm confused as to how S3 is working.
Let's see. It expands. By expands, I'm just gonna chalk that up to standard, like, Phalanx expanded range. Attacks deal 10% of this unit's attack for 20 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. Attack value is snapshotted when attack happens. Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm under the assumption that it's supposed to be a dot.
When damage
what it seems like, yeah.
redirected...
Where just like the dot stacks up to 10 times. And
So-
the dot lasts for 20 seconds.
Yep, and each dot is based on whatever the first attack value was when it was procced.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That seems fine.
Yeah, it seems like it's a 10% dot.
Attack.
I think that's the way.
Which is fine.
I think that's the way Puzzles is written too. Hold on, I'm fairly certain that's the way Puzzles S2 is written, or similar to the way Puzzles S2 is written. Yeah,
I
attack
feel
deal
like
6%.
Puzzle-
Yeah, for Puzzle is deal 50% of Puzzle's attack as arts damage per second for 16 seconds. So it does say per second, stacking up to 10 times. I'm willing to bet this works the same way. Deal 10% of this unit's attack for 20 seconds.
Yeah. The per second isn't there though, which is why it confused
Yeah.
me.
I'm gonna chalk this up to a dot.
I will say 80 SP cost is really high for whatever the skill is bringing. Because you're not bringing any attack percentage,
Mm-hmm.
and plus 500 attack is what? It gets you to
You
1400-ish attack. Yeah, it gets you up to like 1400 attack. That's 140%. Not 140%, 140 attack for 20 seconds. That's not really a lot of damage.
Yeah, but it
Granted,
stacks up to
is
10 times.
AoE. There's only 15 attacks though over the duration of the skills,
Mm-hmm.
is the thing as well, right? So unless the enemy is staying in place, it's not really going to get the full effect, right?
It is 42k. If you're taking the total, like the potential maximum.
I guess. I think 80 seconds is too much. 80 SP cost is too much though.
I believe I'm missing a skill that Spipley did send to me, uno momento, as I try to find this. I have quite the number of DMs. Okay. I have I have a specific image from in-game drawn with a red line.
Alright, let's see it.
Dios mío.
What's the order of operations with this in Talent 2? I would assume the flat attack is after the percentage of Talent 2.
Let me just very quickly finagle this in, because that is a whole ass screenshot and I have no room to fit it. Hoya. There. It's a really big range. I don't think you have to worry about the range on this one, Boop.
Oh yeah, that's a really big range.
That is big range.
I still think 80 SP cost is too much.
80 SP cost is quite a bit. I think the intention is to ensure that you get big stack. I do think it's a really long SP cost though.
Let me put it this way. Carnelian is 56 with her S3, and she has her own SP gen increasing for the last 28.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lynn has the SP from her talent, and it's 50 seconds without it, right? So like 80, so this is 80 seconds without any type of SP generation helping, which is why I feel like it's not.
And considering
It's slightly underpowered.
Consider it also starts at 0. I think the raw damage number itself is okay. I think it takes too long to charge up the skill, because again, it starts at 0.
Yeah.
I think that's my biggest question mark, is why is it like 80 and 0? Like if it was 80 with a little more initial, I think that'd be fine. Because you can just hold the skill longer if you want to build it longer. But you have the option to proc it earlier. This one you just don't have that option. It's a pretty inflexible skill. Like I'm looking at this, I think the best skill is straight up that S1.
Yeah, plus it's just like, I feel like there's not really an operator identity in terms of, like as a whole. Like, as a whole, it's all about the damage redirect, right? The skill 3 doesn't do that. The skill 3 is just, oh hey, I do damage, and it's just like, but that doesn't really interact with one of your talents.
It does with the passive is right there.
Oh.
The passive is quite literally right there, man.
My bad. Listen, it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I haven't had coffee for like 8 hours.
I don't know. I'm gonna go out and say 80 seconds isn't that bad, because like if you're not waiting 80 seconds, like realistically, are you even getting the attack stack? And if you don't get the attack stack, is this even better?
That's also true. That's what I'm like. I feel like 80 is still long. Like I think I would drop it by like 10. I feel like
it's nice to have the option, I suppose. Like,
yeah.
It would be nice. It would be interesting if it was like an overdrive, or overcharge rather at 80 instead of like.
Oh yeah.
You have to wait 80.
Yeah, like
being able to pop it quickly for a significantly lesser effect. Although, without like sitting down doing like hard calculations, I'm still not sure if this could be very large, right? Getting the 10% for free, just by putting things in range.
From math, from doing the math, it's 42k arts dot for the 20 seconds. If you're able to get all 10 stacks, if I'm doing my math right.
That's not large at all then, huh?
It's 42k. Like it's...
Yeah, that's really not too big. Not for 80.
It's decent. I think it's big. I think the bigger effect is that it's AoE. Because...
Yeah.
This...
Sure, yeah. Every time you use this skill, though, you are really in range of... You're really in danger of dying, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's if the range is this big, like any ops you have in range that might take damage this doesn't kill enemies very quickly, right? They're gonna die.
I will say the dot does. I will say the dot does persist. This is from using puzzle. So if you get like the 10 attacks off and you retreat, this does persist. I'll say that. That again, that's from experience of non-stop use of puzzle. But yeah. I think the damage is actually fine. Because the way I'm looking at this operator, you're not gonna be beating up single target damage. You're doing big AoE damage. Like this is a wave clear skill. This isn't a beat up a single enemy skill. So a little less like raw big number damage compared to like, but you're hitting so many things. I think it balances out in the end. I do think that I think that this would be better if it was a 40-40, like a 40 SP cost with overcharge.
Yeah.
I think that would work better.
Yeah.
So that way you have
do
the option.
Yeah, I am wondering though, like 80 seconds on a wave clear skill seems like a very bad cycle time to me.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
what
it's
I feel.
110.
Yeah.
Right. That's really, really, really long.
That's what I'm feeling. Like that's why I think 80 is a little is quite long.
Like,
Given the
I
wave
like
clear.
that it has I really like that it has the on-field time. 30 seconds means that you can meaningfully like cover multiple waves potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like on Winar's 28, like, you know, actually does wonders.
Mm-hmm.
But oh my god, 80 downtime is crazy.
Yeah.
And that said, in IS, this would be one of those characters where if you're like popping off in certain ways, you totally can make great use of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the skill 1 is super like far and away the standout to me.
Yeah.
S1 feels very, very good.
Mm-hmm. I think
I
S1 is
like-
still the best skill.
I like that there are positioning ideas here where you do not put the enemies within Mateo's range initially. Or you don't put allies within the normal range, but only within the expanded range, which means that after the skill runs out, they're not really in too much danger of dying anyway.
That's true.
So they're a free tank on particular tiles in like a pretty specific range, sure. But I mean, like there are definitely stages that would be pretty incredible with this damage reduction. Like this is very strong. This makes me almost thinks of like Shu in terms of like how much it changes the survivability for like especially for IS4.
I'm also just thinking of Chapter 10 Londinium Cannon. You pop the S1, the cannon fires, and you're just flipping double barrel middle fingers at the cannon. Just like, you can't kill me this time.
Yeah, definitely.
Because if you're redirecting 75% of cannon damage, aren't like all of your ops basically surviving, no matter what it hits, as long as they're in range? I'm assuming I'm understanding Londinium Cannon correctly before Undust comes in with the steel chair.
I also think that it's totally like okay for an S3 not to be the best skill.
I think that's
I don't know
fine.
if that's a hot take. Like, especially considering that for Cardelia and I think her best skill is 2. Far and away.
You are now Spipley's new best friend. Because I also kind of agree that Karn's S2 is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's definitely like also the standout skill in IS. You do not use 3 usually.
3 is the big cool big number one, but yeah, I think 2 is the better one. I think more often than not though, we usually don't see skill 1 being the best skill.
That's
I will
true.
say.
That's true. It's not that common.
Right.
Though it seems like it's okay if it is. I don't know if that affects like E0 players or something. If that like really throws off their utility. I feel like they would just be happy to have something.
Just imagine the LDE0 players are like, oh hell yeah, give me this. Give me this right now.
It would help them so much.
Like, I don't remember who plays Zero. What was it Zero E0 in LD? Dambo. I'm just imagining Dambo barging through the door like, I'll take your whole stock like right now. And just carry it out.
If I ever use this operator, it would be skill 1 only. I would never use skill 2 or skill 3.
I'd have so much fun with
That's
skill
what I'm
3.
thinking as well. Like,
I'd have fun with skill 3.
like if I can talk about like a very specific IS thing, you know, like ending 4. Do we have enemies that hit 9k, like on a cannon in a Londinium cannon radius, right? Which is a Karnas 3 radius, I believe. Correct me if that's not true.
I believe so.
So if they're the last deploy, that cannon doesn't show up more frequently than 15 seconds. Yeah, you can just tank that, and that is wild. There is no operator that currently just straight up enables anything like this. It's very good, while not being broken to the point where it's like it's doing too many things. It's just good, just like nice new utility, doesn't really fight other existing utility.
Mhm.
And I'm not convinced it's so broken to the point where like this can't exist. It needs to go away or something.
I think
So
if
I don't know. I feel quite positive about the skills.
I think if SP was a little bit higher, I think I'd be like, yeah, this is fine. I think 2 and 3 are fine. Like honestly, like I think the only thing I'd change with 3 is just make it a 40/40, so you have the option of like, you know, the Scooty Puff Junior version of skill 3 if you need it.
Mhm.
But I think 2 is perfectly fine, and 1 I think a slight tweak would make it fine. Like there's a lot of room for correct usage and very incorrect usage, which again we like seeing skill expression in this game.
Mhm.
All right, let's go to lore. All right, who's doing lore? Who's doing voice lines here? Who wants to do
I
lore?
can do lore.
All right, I'll do. Oh, you want to do voice lines, Boop?
I'll throw you on the bus for this one.
All right, choo choo. Wait, I said choo choo for a bus. What's wrong with me? All right, go for it, Zephyr.
At a young age, Mateo was one of the many children orphaned by the profound silence, his parents stranded at sea while working a lighthouse. Following the disaster, he bore witness to still more chaos and horror, with countless dying of hunger or turning to savage acts to prevent such a fate for themselves, and Aegir being slaughtered by those desperate for someone to blame. Eventually, once the Reformed Church had reestablished some semblance of order, he was taken into an orphanage and could return to a more stable life. Under the care of the Inquisition, he grew a zealous devotion to his faith and country and made the decision to eventually become an Inquisitor in order to return Iberia to its former glory and punish those who would see it return to the chaos he had grown too familiar with. In pursuit of this goal, he spent the next years devoting himself solely to the scriptures, law, and sword before joining Iberia's penal battalion the moment he came of age. From there, he saw every opportunity short of directly disobeying orders to prove his abilities relative to those around him, and was eventually granted the title of Inquisitor years later. The next decade saw zealotry replaced by a more jaded outlook on life, and a rise to the rank of High Inquisitor. While still devoted to the betterment of Iberia, situations requiring him to hurt innocents to avoid risk of greater loss eroded his previous, simple sense of justice. Meanwhile, his higher position forced him to face the flaws of Iberia, and he began seeing even many of the people of Iberia as another obstacle for it to overcome, while trusting only his own judgment, and that of a select few colleagues. Following Iberia's recent efforts of beginning social reform and the establishment of Rhodes Island branches within the nation, Mateo was placed in charge of assisting Rhodes Island with its affairs within Iberia.
I think my biggest question here is what makes him super tanky? Like what makes him the one to like, I will have everyone redirect damage onto me. I think that's what I'm missing here on the integration aspect for lore. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, this fits. This very much fits the universe. Anything y'all would like to add before I scoot on to the next section? Going once, going twice, moving on. Alright. No, I will not cause trouble with your Aegir operators. The persecution of Aegir has not brought back our golden age, it has not revitalized our salted fields, and it has not returned the families we lost. It's nothing but a pointless endeavor for stubborn old men and fanatical brats. Unless your people would bring harm to Iberia, they have nothing to fear. The duty of an Inquisitor can be said to be many things: rooting out heretics, reclaiming our lost land from the Seaborn, upholding the law. But I've come to liken us to the lighthouse keepers of old. Just as their light would guide ships through the darkness to the safety of port, the light of my lantern shall lead Iberia through these dark days to a future brighter than what it lost, whatever form that path may take. We can skip the pointless pleasantries. My official business here is to monitor and improve your activities within Iberia, but I have experience in a variety of combat and administrative roles you may call upon if my assistance is required. Let my light be that which cleanses this land of your sin. Greetings, Doctor. Would you care to join me in a moment of prayer before we begin today's work? I know Irene has a Spanish accent, but I'm not doing a Spanish accent. I feel like that just not go well in so many different directions. Alright. We ready to hit points?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Points time. So I will do rep. Who wants to take the first one?
I'll go first.
Go for it.
I like the flavor. I like how it was mostly integrated well. I'll give a flavor overall a 3.2. Balance wise, I do like the balance. I think S1 is overtuned, but I like the direction that it went. I've come around for S3. I do like S3 a lot. I just think the initial SP could be higher instead of being, 0. But overall, I do like the creativity. I do like what this Phalanx caster brings to the table, so I'll give it a 4 overall for the technical side.
Okay, so that is a 7.2. Zephyr, you want to go next, or you want me to go next?
All right, yeah. So for technical, I thought it was pretty creative. This is an archetype that exists, but giving a bit of a twist in terms of being a damage reduction, sort of acting like a bard. I think the balance is really good. It's like, I think in my mind, actually on the high end of what I've seen. Like there are definitely some points that like sort of stick out as like maybe it's a little underpowered, if anything. And then the S1, there's maybe a bit of open question about if it can be applied in ways that are very, very strong. But I think those are okay for a 6-star. And I think that the Phalanx has always had some amount of use in like the idea of, being the damage soak. So taking that to extreme, applying it well, I really like that. And I think the cohesion is pretty good given that. And, the talents are really simple and straightforward. And they completely make sense in the context of what the operator's trying to do. So that's a 3.8 for me. In terms of the integration, yeah, I agree with what Wookie actually said after the lore summary, which is that like it couldn't figure out why this is exactly what they would do. I would love to know more about that. I think that in terms of the AK universe, Iberia's story is pretty well known, and this fits into that very well. And I think that the character is very driven. The backstory is straightforward, believable, and fairly strongly character focused. I feel like I got a sense of how they are and how they've become jaded after the 49 years of experience. So on the flavor side, I'm giving it 3.7.
3.7. So 7.5. Zephyr is happy. Is very happy.
I like this one.
For me, I'm kind of in agreement that I think the balance is fine. I do think S1 is a little bit strong, and S3. I think the only real tweak I think I do to S3 is adjust it to 40, to like the 40-40 split of like the 40 and then overcharge for the extra 40. I think that's really the only change I would make, because again, it gives you the option of having the oh crap, I need to adjust for this Scooty Puff Jr. go, right? But it also has plenty of room for skill expression. S1 I think is S1 like as an overall concept I think is fine. I just, personal opinion, I think it comes up a little bit too quickly. But with what Zephyr said about it having that power for a 6-star is within acceptable range. I'm like, yeah, no, I can kind of see that. So I think I will give this I'll give like a 3.7, a little lower than what Zephyr gave, because I do think that the S1, I think S1 could be a little bit adjusted more, but I do like it. For lore, I think integration needs to be adjusted in terms of why are they tanky, but in terms of character focus and the lore that fits in Iberian, I think that works, and the lore fits in. And, you've expressed knowledge with, the knowledge expression is there of the lore. The research was done. The only part that I don't like is how was this integrated? I'm not entirely sure if you really met Rex there. So, you get kudos for part 2 and 3 of the lore of the flavor section, but for part 1, it's didn't quite meet that one there. So I will give you a 3.4. Yeah, I'll give 3.4, which gives me the lowest score out of all this somehow. Oh no, I'm the mean one now. 21.8. All rise for the Silac national anthem, by the way. Okay, so 21.8. Which, drum roll, means I need to adjust a whole bunch of numbers right quick. Crap. There we go. So far, no changes in the top 3, though, which means we still have a tie, and I'm like, fuck berries, we still have a tie. I don't want to resolve the tie, it scares me. But when
Yeah, let's just make sure someone gets a 22.9.
No, we're not gonna do that. We're only gonna do it if it's actually like we're not gonna adjust it just for the
It
sake
has
of
to be
being.
legit.
Yeah.
Has
Well, we
to
have
be
another
legit.
5-star.
Let's go, heavy shooter. Yes.
And we have
Please
art.
be better than Province and Acid Drop. Oh, it's my Dead Gamer too. Let's go.
Dad, you have no
Okay.
idea how tempted I was just to put this as by Dead Hummus. But I won't. Oh, it's a cat. I'm not voicing this one. Someone else voiced it. It's a cat. I'm not doing the voice
cat.
lines. I'm not doing
I
voice lines.
think it's gotta be you. I think
I'm not
this
doing
is-
the voice
has
lines.
to be
Nope.
you.
I'm not doing voice
No,
lines.
It has to be.
I'm not doing voice lines for
It
this
has
one.
to
One of
be
you's
you.
doing the voice lines for this one.
It's just
But-
it's just not in my range.
What are you?
But
One of you
Mother
two's?
Cat Girl Wookie, you have to.
No. This is a cat boy.
I'm- Yeah, you could be that too.
Boy.
Yeah, Mother Cat Boy Wookie sounds better.
Excuse me? Pardon? Alright, how are her stats looking? How are her stats looking here?
Seems on par.
Seems on par, nothing too crazy. Alrighty. Why am I being reduced to fan service? When did this happen? What do we got? Marked targets have minus 15% defense. Every 4th attack against marked targets deals 65% of attack as AoE damage. I'm going to assume there's a mark mechanic of some form of if you slap them, they are marked. That is...
Or maybe it has to do with skills.
maybe that too. I'm assuming there's some form of mechanic that allows you to mark, and it's not just, yeah, the mark exists. Okay, I think that's fine.
It has nothing to do with frontal tiles, so I'm interested to see where that goes with the skills as well.
You're interesting too, Boop. But I think this is fine.
Yep.
What do we got? So we got 2 modules. So one is they have a slow, a very short slow, but a slow. And the further away they are, up to an increase of 20%. So more damage, more slow. That's no longer slow, then that's a movement speed reduction. Because slow is a very defined effect. So that's a little bit of a that's a knowledge check moment there. I'm gonna be honest. It's a wee bit of a knowledge check for that one.
I assume they meant duration. Like the duration is...
Oh, it's a
Longer.
20% longer duration. All right,
Yeah.
I'll accept it. I'll accept that. And the 3 is a
Sure.
3 is a bigger mark.
Funny increase. I mean, you can't go from 0.8 to 1. You can go from 0.8 to 0.96.
You get 0.16. Oh, you want to go back to? Wait, hold on, Zephyr. Do I need to go here? Live.
Yeah, just
There you
click.
go. Yeah, there you go.
Screenshot. All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm all good.
All right. Yeah, I think both modules are fine. It's like
Yeah.
nice little pads, but nothing too out of the ordinary. All right, so skills. What do we got here? Okay, so here's where the marks come in. Okay, the marks are coming from skill. Okay. Marks target, mark and stun, auto trigger, offensive recovery, and they stay marked. Okay.
I think the SP cost is a bit much for the damage. I think 4 or even 3 would be fine.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna lean more towards 3. 5 is Considering you start with 0, what's the attack interval? Yeah, you gotta be
It's,
shooting the same thing for like
1.4?
1.6.
Or is it 1.6? Oh, wait. Okay.
But you're gonna have to be shooting for like, what, like 7 seconds-ish? 8 seconds? To be able to proc the first one. So yeah, I think SP cost is high. I think the effect is fine. I just think the SP cost needs to be a little lower. But it's a very usable skill though. I think if the SP cost dropped a little bit, it'd be more okay. Because you get one auto's worth, one attack interval worth of stun. Actually, if you're getting one auto attack worth of stun, maybe 4. I think 3 is too low. I think 4 is that sweet spot. Drop it by 1, and I think it's fine. Because you get one full attack worth of stun, and you don't want. Obviously, we don't want perma stun with attack speed up, because that gets a little. Yeah, we don't need to talk about how crazy perma stun can get if you can do it. But yeah, otherwise I think S1's fine. Someone do no Zephyr back. Let me hit the spray bottle. No, down from IS. Down from IS.
I like skill 2. Skill 2 is nice.
Six frontal tiles is really far.
Yeah, but I think it's okay though.
6. It's not a big attack speed, or it's not a big attack increase. You basically just do a mark. Like this feels like a lot of your damage actually comes from off skill.
I would also say like the damage overall is just not very high, especially with the high defense enemies these days.
Mm-hmm. You do get a can now attack target and enemy within its normal range simultaneously. If marked target leaves if marked target leaves normal range, they're continuously attacked similar to Typhon S3, but that's I'm assuming with the duration of it.
That's pretty fun, actually. I
Yeah.
don't mind the idea of a heavy shooter that can actually focus down enemies that move faster, you know?
You get longer focus, yeah. I'm gonna go back to the mark for a second.
It's 25% defense down, too, which is, like, excellent.
It's solid. It's
That's
solid.
only if you have that specific module, though.
Yeah, otherwise 15. No, I think 15 is fine, because you go any higher, you're hitting Taudipon's territory. Like, you're straight up hitting Toddy S1 territory, but on a talent. Or a module talent. So I'm kind of okay with that. Hold on, I'm pulling up Toddy for a second, just for the sake of... Yeah, Toddy's defense minus 30%. So, like, you getting up to 25 on a module is okay for me, I would say. The way I'm interpreting this, though, for the S2, does the mark just not go away? Although I suppose it wouldn't matter once you get out of range, because they just kind of... Like, I'm assuming the mark just doesn't go away then. Because I'm looking at S1, and the mark stays until they leave the unit's range, but 2, it just says they're marked.
Yeah, for skill 2, I would assume the mark stays until the enemy is either dead or the duration ends. Because if the marked target is out of range, then this operator can't attack them anyway.
Mm-hmm. So,
I think it's fine. I think the damage is slightly lackluster, though.
It feels like it's a heavy shooter that has a little more support as opposed to Ooga Booga kill. It's like a support heavy shooter. Like more support oriented skills as opposed to primary damage skills is the way I see this one.
I mean, but at that point, I might as well take like Province or Melanite instead. Like, I don't think the support is enough for
To
me
justify bringing?
Yeah.
personally would
'cause the-
disagree, but personal preference. Personal preference, like, having the support is nice for a debuff. And you have, like, an actual kill unit. I think that's fine. Like, I'm okay with that.
Um,
I do
I
think...
mean, let me put it this way: I could bring in Meteor, and Meteor would bring in a better defense debuff that's more permanent with skill
See.
1.
That's the bigger lag. Okay, hold up now moment.
That is, yeah. I mean, one of the things with heavy shooters that you hope that they are also able to perform the kill.
Mm-hmm.
So it's less useful if you only do the utility part,
Mm-hmm.
which is why I was taking 16 seconds. I'm trying to figure out if that's good enough, right? Like, if it
You
like
get 10 attacks
reliable
off,
kill.
essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's essentially 20 hits of plus 60% because they can attack either 2 enemies or the mark target twice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I still don't think that's enough. Because what do you call it? Let me put it this way. Province skill 2 is plus 220% attack
Mm-hmm.
for 35 seconds and at a 30 SP cost.
Hmm.
Granted, she doesn't attack target enemies over 80% HP,
Mm-hmm.
but plus 220% attack is just so good. And it's not hard to get enemies below that 80% threshold.
Mm-hmm.
This, of course, doesn't even include her talent, which has a 20% chance to just basically double her damage.
Mm-hmm.
So
But
just like you're like if we're doing like just that direct comparison,
Mm-hmm.
you're getting minus 15% defense, a slight slow with one module or more minus defense, and some slight AoE damage versus that giant nuke that Province has for 35 seconds.
So we're thinking maybe like heavy shooter, like the skill will be fine if this wasn't a heavy shooter then maybe.
Yeah. If this was like a marksman sniper, I would be okay with it.
Gotcha.
Plus, I feel like they should be able to mark a target off skill. If they would be able to do that, this would be much more feasible, even as a heavy shooter.
Mm-hmm. I think that's another question I have too, where it's like, okay, you have to mark on skill. Like that's a bit of a like you're gonna have to wait either way before you can mark anything to get your damage amp. So yeah. I agree. I will say I do agree that I think we do need a good bit of damage in order to justify heavy shooter. Even if you're trying to go for more like a more support oriented, like the meteor cryptors, like yeah, you kind of need a little more then in that case, or just change the class, one of the two. Okay, we ready to go on to lore then?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
I wouldn't mind if this heavy shooter did a lot of AoE damage, like it went all in on sort of like while the skill is active, it does more AoE damage type of thing.
Some kind of a buff.
I'm gonna do voice lines this time.
Alrighty. I'll read lore then. Alright, quick, let's get Boop to do nyaz. I mean, what? A graduate of Syria Military College in Victoria, was previously a well-received engineer for drone production and artillery equipment specialist during his tenure of formal service in the Victorian Army until he was dishonorably discharged after a fight with a superior officer. Jobless at the time, he was soon approached by one of his former colleagues with an application for Rhode Island, where he now serves as a drone specialist, weapons engineer, and frontline sniper, able to provide tactical support for our rookie operators. In his youth, Mayday Cromar was an avid graffiti fan. It was always something he wanted to pursue, but was held back out of concern for his family, his defective father, and school-attending sister, who he was the only provider for. The first time he was able to finally hold a spray can was when he thought to incorporate it on his drone experiments. Operator Splattercan created much interest in his methods of combat. It may have been seen as unorthodox at first, but until he proved how effective it was. With the effective use of a standard crossbow, paint-loaded smoke grenades, and specialized drones made to target hostiles covered in spray paint, most of our battles ended with a mess of paint, arrows, and blood. It was somewhat macabre to me, but a few of our younger operators who weren't as used to the sight of death thought it made things more bearable. Hell, even the paint had a strange fruity scent to it, which made me begin to wonder if that was the point to his methods, or if he was just crazy. That was from an operator commentary extract. As of recently, Operator Splattercan has started receiving spray painting lessons from Ethan, both sharing vested interest in the craft, using any empty wall they can find on Landship for their art, usually ending their sessions cleaning everything up afterwards. Some people even started asking for commissions in their dorms. He's also made contact with Totafons, an old acquaintance from military college, joining her as pleasant company while she works on her ballista. Alrighty. The mark makes sense at least. Alright, Boop.
Alright, let's do this. You should have seen my face when Totafons passed by me in the hallway when I saw her again. I almost couldn't recognize her out of grease-soaked overalls and a ponytail. I was glad we could reconnect. Things were hard for my family when I was attending college, but I learned to make it work. I made friends and created many happy memories there, though I could have done without the stuck-up nobles peeking over my shoulder in my workshop, or my superior officers getting on my case about me taking from the trashed scrap piles for my personal project. I think they actually started putting locks on the dumpsters because of me after that, but they seriously underestimate their engineers if they thought a simple padlock was enough to stop me.
Put in demands, Nyaz.
Alright, sure, I'll
Oh, hell yeah.
do the Nyaz. Why not?
Oh, hell yeah. I got someone else to do it for me.
Only for the last 3 though.
Deal.
How am I gonna do this? I haven't done this before.
That's the same problem that
What
I
a
had.
surprise! Let's see.
It's alright, I can handle it. I have
Hold on,
ideas.
hold on.
I have ideas on how to
Alright,
do this.
Alright, sure, go ahead.
I'll commit to the. I'll give the people what they want. By the people, I mean specifically Puddin. Stop this. I want to make it clear how grateful I am about the opportunity you and Rhodes Island gave me. Seriously, it's not every day you can pursue your childhood dreams, be praised for your craft, and make enough money to send home to your family and not be worried about them and make it to the next day. Thanks to Ethan, I've been getting much better at graffiti art, and I have to say, I never thought I would get to the point where people would actually pay me for my artworks. A few months ago, I could barely drop a proper circle without taking too long. Ethan got so frustrated that he literally vanished and ghosted me for a couple days. It smells just like the workshops in Victoria to me. I can get used to this. Hey, would you be fine with me painting in here in between breaks? I promise to clean it up afterwards. Yeah. I will only nya with ends now. I gave the people what they wanted. No, there are no nyas in Bossing Say. Alright, that's good points. There are no nyas in Bossing Say. Alright, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I like the lore. Lore. Well, I defaulted starting with flavor now. I love it.
We've hit that point in life, huh?
Yeah. I like the flavor. I'll give it a 3.2. It's nothing out of the ordinary.
3.2. Okay.
For the balance, for the technical side of things, I do like how the operator's talent and skills interacts. I think that's cohesive. I like the creativity of it. I like I like how it tried stepping out of the boundaries of what we already have. I just don't think the balance was all there. Right? So I'll probably give it, like, balance would be like 0.8, but the other two would be like 1.4 each, so 3.6 total.
Okay. Gives up, come out to a 6.8. 3, so that's a 6.8 total from Boop. Alright, who wants to go next?
Sure, I'll take it. Yeah, so for technical, I think that it's like fairly standard in terms of like the creativity integration. Absolutely would work. You know, the mechanics, individual mechanics already exist. It would just be a matter of putting them together. I think the balance is okay. I think it's definitely on the lighter side, a little bit weak. Yeah, I think a heavy shooter, you can sort of expect a 5-star heavy shooter to be doing most, if not all, of like an enemy, and this sounds like it might not quite be reaching that. But I think it's fairly cohesive. So I'm going with a 3.2 overall. And for the flavors side, I think that the integration is actually quite good. I like the emphasis on the, you know, the spray paint aspect. And I think that the lore is okay, and it fits decently enough into the AK universe, and that the character focus is pretty strong though. So I'm going with a pretty positive, like 3.5 for this one.
Nice, so 6.7 here. Alright, my turn. I think creativity and integration is there for balance side of things, and they are quite cohesive. But I think they don't. I think with what they do, it doesn't suit a heavy shooter. I think you're a little. I think it's a little. I think like I don't know, like a marksman maybe, or like some other thing, or like some tweaks. Like they don't have the oomph that you'd expect a heavy shooter to have, even with taking in consideration that they're trying to be a more support oriented. I'm gonna send you to Jesus again, Zephyr. I swear to God. But. Yeah, so it's like I think it's a little lacking on that end. But I'll give it a 3.3. I think balance is what hurt you the most here. Like it just feels undertuned / maybe should have been a different class or different archetype. The lore, I think the lore is there, and the integration is there for the paint, you know, for the paint and the marking and like the why they do all that, right? I think that's all there, and the character focus is there. I think. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like I think it's pretty solid overall. I'll give like a 3. I'll agree with 3.5 here. So I'll join in with give it 6.8. I think it's solid. We got 6.8, 6.7, and a 6.8. So we're at a 20.3 going into our last one of the night. So 20.3. 20.3. Where is dead? I was this close to putting dead hummus instead, just to mess with you. That would have been a little cruel though. I will continue to say though, Dead, that you tempted fate, not me. You tempted fate there. Alright. Alright. We ready for our last one? The last one of the first anniversary to see who is determined as the final winner. Because here we are. It's Puddin'. No pressure. You're the last one. Specialists. Hold on. I think I forgot something in there. One moment. I forgot a.
Is this a new archetype?
Yes. This is a new archetype. I have a custom archetype page ready.
Boy.
Would you really? I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. We end with a oh boy, let's see what we get here moment. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, 6-star various specialist. That explains it. Yep. Alright, anywho. So new area and new affiliation. Draco now I gotta know how the hell this happened. Draco Lung hybrid exists. Draco Sarkaz is like now I'm curious, like what's the backstory behind this one?
Clearly, they owned an air fryer, and so they just had a sauna.
What do we have? So arts damage. Okay.
Oh, I remember trying to make something like this. I didn't get it to work though.
This is an interesting idea. So it's kind of just like this is designed as a jack of all trades, kind of master of none is what I'm expecting now, based on what I'm seeing here. Like, this looks very much jack of all trades, master of none. Just based on archetype. Like, you can kind of be everything, but it's like, okay, then the flexibility probably should come with a... I'm kind of curious to see what we get here now. Y'all ready to keep scooting on?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Mhm.
Stits. Which we have really no comparison to, if I'm going to be honest.
No, we do not.
So, I want to say the attack is like, these is on the higher end, not like high, but it's on the higher end. HP seems on the standard end, I think.
It's slightly tankier. Defense and res is pretty high, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. What do we got for Talon's Pots? Okay, so we have... You get a Black Flame. So does the Black Flame affect only if they have Burn or Cinder debuff? That's what it looks like. And the Black Flame does damage. Oh, and inflicts burn. Okay. On the deploy... Oh, so you Black Flame yourself. So you do the Black Flame to yourself.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
doesn't say that they're not like immune to it, right? For sure.
Nah, not that I saw. Not that I saw.
Oh,
Yeah,
their
there was an
talent 2 supplements it though.
Default
'cause
range
they
is self
recover HP.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they recover. Hold on. Oh, yeah, they have self recover. Okay, so it's like you're gonna be taking damage, but you're gonna be healing and getting a damage buff as well.
Yeah.
And since it
Again,
lasts for 10 seconds, it could go away, but it'll come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do attack a tile. So as long as you're attacking, you can keep that going. Okay. Alright. I'm curious to see what happens. Because Regalia just inflicts burn. Yeah, just inflicts burn. Okay.
Yeah. It's not terrible.
Module. So first mod you get more effect from being on the Black Flame. On the second one, enemy, I think that's more debuff. And they lose invis. Third one is they take more. Oh, they take elemental damage. Okay. What are we thinking about this? What are we thinking about the modules?
It's
How
not
we-
terrible.
Nothing I don't think it's particularly out of the ordinary. I want to say. Like, yeah, there's an elemental, but I don't think the elemental is particularly wilding.
None
No.
of this is broken on its own.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Alright.
Also, just
Elemental
kind of a fan
damage
of
is only
mods.
broken because elemental.
Yeah, I'm just kind of a fan of mods that give operators some invis reveal ability.
My dumbass left off pots. I knew something was missing.
Pots are pots. We don't really cover them anyway.
That's true. Because they're already they're usually included they're usually included anyhow, so but it's nice just to have them there. Alright, let's go to skills.
Yeah.
Again, I see simpler skills, and I'm just like, that's nicer to see. Okay, so basically, okay, if I'm understanding for this one, then skill 1, you basically cosplay as an executor specialist. Let me just double check this. Next, another specialist branch. Skill 2, range class. Skill 3, melee except specialist. Yeah. So skill 1, you cosplay as an executor. So you basically become fast redeploy. And it's an arts AoE and a shove. Okay, a double. So you get 2 shoves and arts AoE. How are we feeling on that?
I think it's fine.
Yeah. I'm getting the Jack of all trades, Master of none, which I'm okay with here. Because you're trading flexibility between all 3 skills.
I'm not sure what activates twice on deployment means.
It's an instant attack duration, so it's just... So I'm assuming it's just when you do the hit, it just goes... Like, once you deploy, it's kind of like Texas dropping in, like, the damage. So you get a double shove instantly. That's how I'm interpreting this. You get 2 hits of the 180% arts damage, and then I would assume a double shove. Not entirely sure how the double shove would work, but...
That's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's like, wait. It's like, hold on,
Wait,
now that I'm reading that, I thought it was on attack.
It looks like Swire. And if you're like familiar with the Swire double push, I mean, it ends up being non-linear. Oh, okay, yeah, like Weedy. So like this is not actually moderate, right? This is like pretty
It's
strong.
a pretty strong shift then.
If the enemy has, what is it? If the enemy has like weight 3 or greater, then not really. If the enemy has weight 2 or less, then you can push them pretty far.
You need to punt 18 spiders to the Shadow Realm right now.
Yeah, because Swires is strength 2 and push twice, and that's like cross map
Mm-hmm.
on like lower weight.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is fine though.
Yeah,
I think it's cool that like it's not it's not like Waifu's push.
it doesn't do anything crazy, but it's
not
like
Phantom's push, right?
it's like a nice
Better.
it's a nice one, but it's not like it doesn't really I wouldn't say it necessarily pushes the envelope of like what executor is supposed to do, which in the case of this opera, I'd say that's a good thing because you know you're aiming for flexibility. So S2 turns you into a Corecaster. Okay. That's a short, so really short SP cost. Offensive recovery. And then... So it's kind of like Aya. I'm looking at this. Right? It's like... Kind of like an Aya S2.
Yeah. Kinda.
How does it stack up to Aya S2 damage?
Which is fine.
ASS's scaling is like way more, I think.
Yeah, it's
So,
res.
Let me double check.
Aya's,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
Aya's
minus-
370 arts.
It's minus 25% and 370% of attack as arts, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like
Yeah,
pretty
okay.
reasonable.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. I just want to make sure that this wasn't higher than AX, otherwise I would be like, oh. But, okay, so 3 Lord
It's also
Guard.
offensive recovery, and Aya's like auto recovery 5,
Yep.
pretty sure.
Yep,
Yeah.
Aya's
So
auto
that's
recover.
like this is significantly weaker than that. So
Mhm.
that's like really okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
very okay then. So, skill 3, you're cosplaying as a Lord Guard. I'm looking at this, I'm like, I see infinite duration. I'm like, are you cosplaying Thorns? Are you gonna cosplay Thorns? Nope, Hunter Sniper range. So just longer in the line, if I remember right.
242,
Oh, so it like ramps up?
and then 252.
So it ramps up then? Is what I'm seeing. Slow pre-initial attack animation, but greatly reduce continuous attack interval. So basically you start slow, but you start ramping. 70% attack is true. Wait. So you're a Lord
wait.
range doing 70% with AoE true. but you're inting yourself and can't be and you have enemy to heals.
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Because the thing is, you can manually activate it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something. There's skill expression in it, and if you use it properly, you can dish out a good amount of damage, and then and if you do it properly, you can get even slightly more mileage out of it with like bard healing and stuff.
Also, I'd like to add, you also can't, you cannot deactivate it. So once you activate it,
Yeah.
Also it's 37 offensive. That is a long
Yeah, it
activate.
takes a while to charge up.
And again, it's
For reference, Flameringer's skill 2 is 45 SP, I believe.
Yabbit. Okay, so basically you just okay, I'm okay with the skill 3 then.
Can I get a stat check on the attack again, just to make sure?
70% attack is true damage, so that's 834 attack. I kind of want to stat check the HP loss too, just to make sure that like if you want to try to keep them alive, you'd have to like really crank up damage to keep them alive. So 583 true
That's only
damage.
66 HPS, huh? It's
Uh,
actually not too hard.
yeah. So it would not take a lot just to keep them steady as long as they're not taking damage. I think the HP loss could go a little, because I mean it does mean you have to commit a bard. Okay, no, not particularly, because you could just shoo. Shoo exists.
Yeah. Oh yeah. To reiterate to see that question, it's like the idea is that this character fills several different different archetypes in a single operator. Doesn't do any of them particularly well, like not to overshadow like what it's meant to imitate.
Oh, true. You also have Black
But in a
Flame
single
loss.
operator helps with like IS or something.
Oh, you also have
Black Flame.
Flame.
Black
Okay, so never
Flame
mind.
loss
Okay,
is
yeah, that's
actually a
fine then.
good
Yeah, that's
point.
fine then.
No,
Okay, yeah, three's fine then.
This is like
3 HP
very
loss is fine then.
conservative. Very yeah, and 37 SP offensive recovery is.
It's gonna take you a while to activate, and you probably are gonna die unless you like really commit to keeping them alive. So I'm like, yeah, okay, that's fine then. That's fine then. Oh, that's true. Lifesteal is there is there is lifesteal on talent too.
Lucia's can, or they heal on attack.
Musha's can.
Solo blades.
That's true. Solo blade now. Okay, they're gonna rename it to something else later on. I swear to God.
Nah, thank you Solo for making it solo blades. I can't.
Well, I suppose it's fine as long as you're attacking, but the second you're not attacking, you're just gonna fucking die.
Well, per hit. Yeah, like it does require like continuous target, doesn't it? But the presumably, I think you with this attack interval, I think you could self-sustain on like one thing forever.
Basically, you just need things to hit.
And it's true damage, which is a nice scales with attack, scales with like attack speed.
Up to 6 enemies too, so it's like
I'm talking.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, if this is specifically for IS, like, I love the idea that, like, you know, it is sort of hard to have things built for IS for newer people. True damage, 70% on 6 enemies has the potential to scale pretty crazily. And it's specifically because, you know, it doesn't, oh wait, this is on Specialist Voucher? You know what? No, this is totally on Curse. There's too many great specialists in IS. It's like, this is like, in that case, it sort of does exactly what it wants to do, kind of perfectly, right? Newer players will enjoy the fact that you can get all of these things on a single operator. Later on, this doesn't compete with, like, you know, Yato, Texas, Ogg, Gladia, something like that.
I'm like, yeah. I'm like kind of okay with it. I still think S3... I'm like 50-50 on S3 right now. Like, on the one hand, it takes forever to activate. On the other hand, like, once it's up, that, I mean, true damage is it's a decent, like, true damage is true damage at the end of the day.
It can scale, and also in IS we have Civilite for 3 and 4, and that's like plus 150%. Like it's always a consideration.
Yeah, like true damage is in and
I
of
like
itself.
that it's 37 SP. Like very much does one like makes offensive defensive recovery SP relics like actually good, and which like that's something that like IS suffers from. It's like a good user of that. It's also like 37 is a really intense thing to actually try to work with to get that full value out of. And then yeah, it doesn't overshadow anything, not as far as I can tell. And I think that I it's interesting in terms of balance, right? Because this one is very explicit about what it's trying to do, provide an operator for newer people. One operator, many roles. I think it's doing it.
It's definitely doing it. I think if anything, my bigger concern, like, this is more just from a design philosophy aspect of just like, this is more of like a backstep, just like, will it ever be put into AK though? Just this style of, yeah, this operator is like 3 smaller operators in a trench coat.
I mean, that's basically what a summoner is, if you want to argue.
That's true. That's true. Summoners are 3 dragons in a trench coat, or 3 cameras in a trench coat.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just like, that's what some operator skills do as well, where all 3 of their skills are just so wildly different.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm okay when the skills fulfill different roles, as long as they don't do both of them the best. I also actually don't mind that you can see the like direct inspiration, because then it makes it really easy to compare against, well,
existing
how
ones.
good it's the thing it's copying, and the thing it's copying is better, stronger, and that makes this feel like this is totally fair to have.
I think it's very balanced, and I do like that.
And once again, Invis reveal is like such. I think more ops should have Invis reveal. I think that like Invis reveal at the same time is one of those things that's like can be very tricky to give. Like, you think about the way that Enos gets to have it, it's like perhaps so good that like they have to design around that now.
Invis reveal is very strong, yeah.
But I don't mind how this character does it.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of into yourself in the process.
Yeah. And if you are making an IS Jack of all trades character, then having the Invis reveal is awesome. So
there's only one operator who has Invis reveal that's bad, and that's Sukinogi.
And it's still usable.
This is true, sadly.
I think the only thing from like a balance, from like the, if we're talking like the technical aspect of it, I think the only thing that I would be a little bit more just like I know the intent of the op design is like, is like, oh yeah, this op does a lot of different things, right? That's the whole point. It's like, but the internal like content, like the internal like tournament running aspect of me is just like, man, that just feels like you're gaming the cohesion aspect of it. It's like, it doesn't need to be cohesive because the whole idea is to not be cohesive. That's kind of just like my that's like the tournament org aspect of me just going like, hold up, because it works. But from a tournament, from like a contest side of things, it's like, it's like, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, it's like,
Yeah, that part interests me, but I guess y'all should weigh in on like outside of IS. Do you think this would get use?
I think this will get used.
Not as important role compress.
I think this would get used for players who for like brand new players who are missing a lot of the cast. But I think once you start filling out your roster, this is an IS. This basically just turns into IS only op.
Yeah, and then even in IS, I mean, once you build out the individuals, you usually will just switch to that instead.
Yeah. This is like beginner's best friend, and then after that, it's like, you've done your job, to the retirement home you go.
Kind of like that. Is there any op that already functions like that right now? I was gonna say Mountain, but I'm not sure that's actually true.
Nah, I mean, you still see Mountain. I feel like you still see Mountain in a bit of AFK setups. Like, he still very much has a place in AFKs. I mean, same with Thorns. I mean, hell, you still see Thorns in some situations for standard play, even. The song came out, I was like, when is the slot gonna be like Angelina? But, yeah, it's like, I think for the purpose this op is trying to serve, it's like, yeah, you're gonna serve that purpose, but from an overall, like, balance compared to the overall health of the game, it's like, they're just in a really weird spot, I would say. I think that's what I'll say, but we'll deal with that later on. Alright, lore and voice lines. Who wants to handle the last lore and voice lines of the tournament? Of this contest? Who wants to do it?
I'll do the lore.
Who wants to do voice lines? Boop, you want voice lines or you want
put
me?
nya in them anyway?
I'm not nyaing this one.
I will pass.
Alright, I'll handle voice lines then. Go for it.
Alright. Late in the era of the first civilization in the land of Albion, ruled by a fragmented Pheroma of the same name, a child between Tikaz and Draco was experimented on, infecting them and mixing their traits to simulate the race's future with Originium, causing changes both physical and in arts, like turning their right hand and golden flames pitch black. Once the results were satisfactory, the child and its mother were discarded to a remote village in the territory. Upset with it all, the child sought out its Albion, earned its respect, and forged a contract with it, revoking its protection of the land. The first civilization fell soon after, but any connection between these events is speculative at best. Regardless, so began the child's walk across the lands, helping those in need wherever they found them. Not for her own sake, but for theirs. They are the future, and while she can guide and teach them, the actions that shape the world must be their own. This line of thinking led to both the hopeful joining and the disappointed leaving of Babel, and to establishing Alighieri near the Fiend Hotlands, together with those she's helped, to fulfill a similar duty for those Babel can't reach. Naturally, such an action doesn't go without consequence. Laterano's laws couldn't allow her to exist, much less such a city, and sought their total annihilation, inciting the Purgation Crisis. Led by Aleph, the Lateran Crusaders would go to any length, even purifying their humanity to achieve their goal. Expecting such an attack, a letter was sent to Khalsa to ask Rhodes Island for aid, providing the edge needed to repel the attack. But with the fight over came the equally dreaded reconciliation, which thankfully went smoothly. Their goals still aligned, and Rhodes Island wouldn't fail like Babel had. Together, they'll make sure of it. Alighieri may see her as their son, but she knows her role, to lay a path of embers with her torchbearers for the future to follow, and a name befitting this duty, Virgilia.
I think it's a good beginning, middle, end. Like, it's a, roles and everything of what she's trying to go for. I will say you do have the advantage here of, like, you could kind of just write your own thing that kind of works, but I do like what you're incorporating into the existing world. Alright, voice lines. Hold on. Like, Albion used to be the name for England. I'm like, I'm not going to do a British accent for fear of Tobo coming down and bringing the wrath of the British Empire upon me. Greetings, Doctor. Name's Vertilia. Old Kelsey and the Roach already informed me about your amnesia, so let's take this opportunity to have a fresh start. What, I shouldn't call them that? Don't worry. They won't blow a hole in the roof over something like this. Well, not again, anyways. Why do I carry this dull, broken sword? It's more than enough for dealing with most people. And for sentimental value, I suppose. You want to know what it means when I call Dante my torchbearer? To put it simply, he's someone with a vision of the future I believe in. He still has much to learn, but he's keener than most, and his heart is in the right place. I used to call you one too, before the incident, at any rate. I'm aware that the past is behind the both of us, Doctor, but the way you are now... I'll not forget I said anything. I call upon thy name, Albion. As sharp as ever, I see. But you're much happier to succeed than you used to be. Good. Alright, ready to hit up last points of the night?
Yeah.
Last points of the night and last points of the first anniversary contest. We're actually mostly on pace. We've done it, guys. We've done it. Alright, who wants to kick us off?
I'll kick it off.
Alrighty.
I do like the creativity and the balance of this operator. I think it has a very great identity. It's not too powerful, but at the same time, it's not weak. It's very good early game, and I feel like it still has its uses late game, even outside of IS, because of the true damage. And even then, I don't think the true damage is too overpowering, where it's like, oh, this is a must bring to every stage in the game, right? I'll give it a 5 for the technicality, and for not technicality, for the technical side of things, and for the lore side of things, yeah, it was all right. I'll give it a 3.3.
Okay. Zephyr?
All right, sure, yeah. I think this is a really creative design. Not something that exists, a whole new archetype and sort of setting its own goal, like a class that completely doesn't exist right now. I think the balance is really good. I think that it totally makes sense that none of the skills should outshine perhaps like their strong 6-star counterparts. I think that it was like very carefully done so that it doesn't feel like they are weak, but it doesn't feel like they would ever overshadow the existing operator. And I think in terms of cohesion, it's very cohesive given what the role is, but on the the general scale of cohesions, of course, the skills aren't gonna look like each other. I do think that the flames have like a little bit of ability to tie it all together, so I thought that was worth some amount of points. So I'm going with a 4.2 here. 4.4, sorry, can't do math.
4.4?
In terms of the flavor side, I think the integration is pretty good. At least the TCAS experimentation can explain it, right? And I thought that the lore fit in the AK universe. I think the character focus is somewhat there. There's a lot of like having to explain the backstory and word limit and everything. But I got like a general feel for it, so I think that's a 3.4 for me on that side. Just a 7.8.
7.8. All right, so for me, I think this is, how do I put it? It's like creative, but not at the same time, I think is the way I'd interpret this. Because like on the one hand, it's really creative coming up with like this, operator that like, kind of fills that hole for newer players that are missing things, right? And it fills some of the holes in IS of like, oh crap, I need to be flexible, right? I like that you have that flexibility covered in. On the other hand, I'm looking at like skill, like if I'm looking at skill 2, like I just don't see as much creativity on the skill 2 outside of like, you took AS skill and you nerfed it, right? Like that's it. You took AS skill and you nerfed it. That's not creative in the sense that you're making a new skill. You just took an existing one and nerfed it, right? And then S1 is like, cool. S1's cool. S2 also kind of feels a little bit just like you took Thorn's skill, you slightly tweaked it, and then you nerfed it a bit. So I'm like split on creativity here in terms of like, because I know it'll integrate in because these are all Arknights operators. But in terms of creativity, I'm a little split because on the one hand, that's where you're trying to go for something like that. On the other hand, it's like, I mean, I'm of the opinion that the skill design ended up being a little lazier because again, you're just taking existing ones and nerfing them. And I'm personally not as much of a fan of that. I get what you're trying to go for, and I think it's interesting, but I'm personally not as much of a fan of that. Balance-wise, I think it's balanced with what you're trying to do. I think this is balanced. I don't... Again, it's a weird balance point where it's like, for early game, yeah, I think it's fine. Like, with what you're trying to do, with everything it's trying to do, I think it is balanced. But then it's like basically, it's early game, good balance. Late game, though, it's like, well, once I build up my operators, right? If I'm playing, like, late game, right? It's like, okay, what am I going to do with this operator, right? What situation where I really want this operator? Really want this operator. Maybe skill 3, right? But outside of that, it's like, what would I use the other ones for? So I'm like... Again, it's a weird point where it's like, okay, at what point does this operator become, like, sent to the retirement home? And at what point is the operator like, oh, damn, this operator's great, right? That's the point that I'm trying to get a feel of. And then cohesion, I'm split on the cohesion again, because for what this class is trying to go for, it is very cohesive, right? But from like a general statement cohesion kind of deal, it's like they're all doing separate things. So again, from a tournament and org standpoint, like from like a contest standpoint, it does feel a little bit like you kind of gained the cohesion aspect of it by going like, yeah, this op isn't intended to be cohesive. And it's like, okay, like yay but no, but yay but no, right? So I'm very split on that aspect. So I'm just gonna give you like a flat 4 and just split the difference and be like, I'll just give you a flat 4 for it. So I'll just give you a flat 4 on it. Like it like, and you did it. You did it. It's like, personal dislike aside, you are beating what you are doing what you're trying to do. Lore wise, I will say the lore, I don't quite see the integration in terms of why is she so like what makes her so, or what makes them so flexible. Like what makes them like the super flex, right? Like, yes, they have experience, but how does that translate into super flex into everything, right? So I'm a little bit would have liked a little more on that end. Otherwise, I think the lore and the character focus is good. I would just like a little bit more on the lore end of it. So I'll give it like a 3. Give it like a 3.4 for the flavor end. Like, it's there. There's some interesting parts, but does it particularly stand out to me? Not particularly. So that's a 7.4 from me. Yeah, I think Skami might sum it up a little better for me, where it's like, it's just a really hard operator to like get a feel of because of the intent of the design. It's a 23.5 overall though, which does actually solve our tie, which I believe puts you up to 3rd. Yes, it does put you up to 3rd. So congratulations on 3rd place there. Honestly, in the event of a tie, I'll just gonna do a double 3rd place. If I'm being honest there, I wouldn't have done a tiebreaker. I've just been a double 3rd place. But there is no tie, so I no longer have that problem. Life just kind of works out like that. Isn't that nice? So this would be a congratulations to, I believe, Lazy Couch is our new winner, and a first-time winner at that, I believe. I don't think you've won any of these in the past, have you, Lazy Couch? So congrats on that. Yes, you do actually win some prize money with this one this time. I did actually put because it's the 1st anniversary, so we're celebrating a bit. So you do get a little bit of, little bit of prize for that one. So, for those of you who have won, again, as a reminder for the winners of this time, again, this is very much a special occasion, and no, I will not be doing this as, like, a constant occurrence. This is very much a one-time, not one-time, but, like, very rare occurrence, but first place. So, yeah, first place, Lazy Couch, 2nd place, Skami, 3rd place, Puddin'. So, for those of you who did win, please be sure to contact me, just DM me at some point, for how I will get your prizes to you. It is, I'm just keeping it simple. I was thinking about Arknights cards at first, but then I very quickly realized that if there's people in different countries, that doesn't quite work as well. But yep, these are our final standings. VOD will be going up probably tomorrow when I'm more awake. But again, let's give a big round of applause to Lazy Couch for a well-cooked operator. And again, well done to everyone. Well done to everyone.
Yeah, these operators were great. I enjoyed them.
We had a good time. So big congrats to everybody. So do we wanna do a bit of a teaser for our next theme? Because we're probably gonna take a little bit before we do our next contest, but
I completely forgot what's the
I'm,
theme we're
I'm, I'm,
doing.
drop, I'm dropping it in. I'm dropping it in our chat right now.
Oh,
So it's gonna be a bit of a spicier one because I did ask if you guys wanted a harder
Oh, that.
a harder theme. So in the idea of that, do we want to, so judges, do we want to drop that in and just be like, hey?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I considering like how hard this one is, I feel like dropping it ASAP is
Mhm.
beneficial.
I think this is probably one of the harder themes that we've put out. So again, in our usual OC contest, we usually go theme, not theme, theme, not theme. So because this one was completely open, hopefully you guys are ready for the theme. And the theme will be, I also posted in Discord, so don't worry. By the way, Discord, I will also put this in Discord, so don't worry if if you're like, oh shit, I gotta go to sleep or something. The next theme is, for your OC, they must be an entirely original archetype.
And they can't be an archetype that was in previous contests.
Yep, completely original. Yep, a completely original archetype. Hey, I asked you guys if you guys wanted a hard mode. You guys said yes. I did ask you if you wanted a complete original hard mode. So here's so that's why we're dropping it this. God damn it, Zephyr. that's why we dropped it this early. That's why I wanted to drop it this early, so that way you guys have plenty of time to cook something up. So yeah.
Yeah, because it definitely is quite
This is
difficult to make an archetype that's not just, oh hey, this is just a X archetype with extra steps.
Yeah, like, it has to be a completely original archetype. You cannot use any archetypes that anyone's made in the past. You cannot use an archetype that you've made in the past. It has to be something that we have not seen. Exceptions will be made if it's like, exceptions will be made if it's like, if it just so happens, like if someone's new to the contest and they accidentally make something that's similar to something we've seen in the past, like, okay, you have no idea, right? But again, it's completely new archetype. Yeah, this is probably gonna be one of the hardest, themes we've put out so far. On the other hand, Boop, I know you as a low star enthusiast. You think we're gonna see some more 4 stars and 5 stars?
No.
No, just straight up nah, dog. Just straight up nah, dog.
Listen, I'm waiting for the contest theme to be 3 stars only.
That's not gonna happen. It's too simplistic. It is way too simplistic.
I can dream, Wookie. I can dream.
So yeah, again, big congrats again, everyone. Again, I will be posting this theme in the Discord as well. I don't have a set date for the next contest yet, but plan on it probably in around 1.5 to 2 months. And yeah, should be a fun time. We might sneak a couple of Thunderdomes in midway, just like for post-stream stuff, just to have some fun, keep the OC juices flowing. But we're gonna take a pretty well-deserved break after the first anniversary. It's been 1 year, and it's gonna be good going into year 2. Thunderdome submissions still open? They should be. I'll set up a separate channel for Thunderdome submissions. So should be a good time. Again, winners, please do contact me with, I believe I have it set for PayPal's, because that's just the simplest way to go about it for me. Again, country restrictions of Google Play is stupid. So let me know. And then also Lazy Couch, for your situation, do also DM me what color you would like your role to be, as you are the winner, which means that you get a custom role color and your own in the OC deity role. So congratulations on that. Just let me know what color you'd like, preferably in hex code. That way it's just easier on Discord. But again, big congrats to everyone. That'll do it for us tonight. 10-hour marathon instead of our 14 hour giga marathon. So it was a good time. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're gonna send anyone off to a raid this time. We're just gonna say scatter to the 4 winds. And yeah, thank you guys for sending in Euroseas. Thank you to both Boop and Zephyr for being wonderful co-judges with me. And that'll do it for us tonight. Be sure to follow both Zephyr and I don't know how often you're gonna stream, Boop, but I'm throwing yours in there too.
Yeah, I haven't streamed in like 2 to 3 months. It's been so long.
I don't know how often you stream, but I'm throwing Boops in there too. But yeah, big congrats everyone.
Join my Discord.
I mean, like, shout out to Wookie for organizing this entire thing for a whole year now, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
one whole...
And for being the #1 Catboy in Arknights. Congratulations.
I am not the #1 Catboy in Arknights.
Catboy Arknights, yeah.
But again, big thank you. It's been a great year organizing this. Thank you guys for all keeping this going. Honestly, I might start posting more of this stuff on probably start posting more ads, or not ads, but like banners on Reddit. Be like, hey, we got an OC contest going. I think we've got a pretty good established like pace at this point, where I think I feel comfortable in expanding this. So maybe we see some new faces, but we're probably gonna start trying to get this thing going bigger. So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be an interesting year. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how this goes. But again, thank you everyone. And y'all have a good day, good night, good wherever y'all are. I'll have my schedule posted probably tomorrow or Monday, one of those 2 days. But again, big thank you to everyone involved. Big thank you to everyone who sent in their ops. Big thank you for the backend staff. Big thank you to our judges again. Any last words, judges, before we all hop off for the night?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Same.
Alrighty. Alrighty, that'll do it for us. I'll put us back onto our loading screen, and then we shall end. Good night, everybody. Good night.